Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. County Council meeting, March 4th, 2025.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, good morning. We will call the March 4th, 2025 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 9:01. We will start the meeting in just a minute. I'll ask you to stand for the invocation and then the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would care to join us, then just stand with us. And I'll just let you know that any faith group is welcome to participate in the invocation. Just send an email to Kay Green here to my left, your right, and it's K, the letter K, Green at volusia.org, and she will get you all set up and ready to go. This morning, we have Pastor Joel Newman with the Life Fellowship Church of the Nazarene in Deltona. Pastor Newman, we are glad to have you here. If you would stand and just remain standing for the pledge. Nope, you first.
Oh, I get to go first. All right. Well, great. Well, good morning. It's an honor to be here this morning to present this invocation. My hope is that in this time of what can at times be trickle down division, that this invocation be something that perhaps penetrates the hearts and minds of all here this morning. And so I ask that we bow our heads and listen to the words that God gave me this morning that can perhaps guide this meeting. Father, Creator, Lord, as we gather here today in the presence of each other and under the watchful eye of your eternal Spirit, may the hearts of all those attending be softened by your peace. If it be your will, may the minds of those who seek communal good through right actions, wise decisions, be open to accept all ideas presented with a view towards lawful advancement and civil well-being, county improvement, residential improvement, and overall business growth within every sector of this small part of what is your grand creation. Let all words be spoken today to be filled with knowledge. Let the proposal sit firmly on a foundation of truth, fairness, equality, and innovation. May the decisions made and the conclusions reached be and bring with a sense of purpose, a blessing of growth, and a season of prosperity for the largest number of residents living within this county. Then may this example extend beyond the borders of this small county to reach more neighboring citizens and municipalities with ideas, actions, and implementations that will benefit a large population with the good to be in your glory. And we make these requests, and we bless this meeting and all who participate in it. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for coming.
Okay. Wife is squared away. Krista, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Robbins. Mr. Santiago.
Here.
Mr. Dempsey.
Here.
Mr. Johansson.
Here.
Mr. Kent.
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. And we do have a quorum, a full dais here. We will start with public participation. Do we have any? Okay, I will call these in the order that they were turned in, and when I call your name, please come to the podium, tell us your name, where you're from. You don't have to give your complete address for safety reasons, but tell us where you're from, what city, what part of the county, so that your representative knows. And you will have 3 minutes to talk about anything that pertains to Volusia County business. And the first person on the list is Mark Karstens.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
I'm Mark Carstens, and I'm a resident at 2772 North Thorpe in unincorporated Orange City. So my residence is within the county of Volusia. The reason why I want to serve has to do with Chairman Brower's #1 issue, which is flooding. You might ask what flooding has to do with what flooding has to do with historic preservation. The answer is the following. Pioneers like John B. Stetson and Henry DeLand would be turning in their graves if they were here to witness 100% clear cutting of indigenous trees from the development lots and high-rise soil infilling of low-lying areas that often the clear cutting of indigenous trees from development lots and high-rise soil infilling of low-lying areas that often border on being considered as wetlands or floodplains. DeLand was almost aborted, but for a stagecoach driver who encouraged Henry DeLand to keep traveling just a bit further to that high and dry pine forest that was developed into Persimmons Hollow, which was renamed DeLand. As evident in Mark Carson's resume 2024, I graduated from Savannah College of Art and Design in 2011 with a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree in Historic Preservation. I also have experience in the corrective restoration of antique doors, and both sash and casement style windows. And both sash and casement style windows at CCS Restoration and Specialized Property Services. I'm a current member of the West Volusia Historical Society, and I worked there in 2022 at the front desk and reserved tours, memberships, and points of sale with their Clover system. I also worked at the Tyler History Center in Youngstown during the age of COVID-19. I pray that I'm selected on the Preservation Board or the Cultural Board of Volusia County. Thanks, Mark Carstens. God bless you. God bless America.
David Hill. Hold on 1 second. I think we've got it all straightened out. Mr. Hill.
Okay. David Hill, Miller Road, here to talk about Miller Lake. Miller Lake is as high as it's ever been this time of year. It's probably 1.5 feet from the top of the road. And of course, everything's tore up pretty good. But the point is, we hear nothing. What are the plans for Miller Lake and Miller Road? The water's still rolling underneath 1792. Any major rain event in the storm, the lake will go underwater again. So if the county's not going to do anything, or if you are, just communicate it and tell us so that we can make plans. Right now, we're just assuming that we're going to flood this summer because the lake's never been this high. So what I'm asking you is can you tell us what you're going to do, or is the fact that you're not doing anything telling us what our future is? Because we do need to make plans. There'll be homes that will be flooded. Our access will be way higher than it's been if we have another hurricane. So I'm just asking you all just to communicate and tell us what we're going to do. The water's still rolling in. So appreciate you hearing what I had to say, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Monica Emerson.
Monica Emerson at 365 Miller. Good morning, and I'm here to raise more concern regarding the impact our neighborhood has experienced since Hurricane Milton. The efforts have been made over the last few months, have seen progress. However, the last 2 weeks, efforts have been stopped. So no progress has been made since the last 2 weeks regarding our submerged yards, our submerged septic tanks. I even have a vehicle halfway submerged at the moment in our backyard. Of the 2.5 acres that I own, I have about 1 acre usable. So as we appreciate the efforts that have been done, what is going to be the continued effort to see more progress? It's been 145 days since a family still has been able to use a toilet in their home. They've been still utilizing a camper to live in their driveway. 145 days. This is just not an inconvenience, it's a serious safety and health concern. With rainy season fast approaching and hurricane season just around the corner, we need to address this issue now. The situation has remained at a standstill since pumping efforts were halted 2 weeks ago. Water levels are at a standstill. The water level is at almost the same level as the road our current road. The prior road that you guys made for us has been taken down. So now we're at the same level. So if we do have a rain event the size of Milton, we'll be back to square one. We'll need another temporary road. I'd imagine that was a pretty penny to give us that temporary road, but we'll be back at square one again. So we just raising concerns that we do need solutions sooner than later, because time is of an essence for some of our homes. My home was spared this time, but my home will not be spared the next time, because now my rain level currently is beyond recovery if we have a Milton. My rain level is up to my septic tank. So if we get another rain event, it'll be coming into my home this next time. So I won't be so fortunate. My neighbor next to me won't be so fortunate. So we're asking you, please help us. Please give us some solutions, some answers, because it is around the corner. I know that basin studies were supposed to be ordered or to be ordered soon, but we need some kind of communication as to what's going to be done and how a solution will be handled for Miller Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Levinson.
Good morning, Catherine Levinson, Miller Lake on the Shady Lane side. So we're unincorporated Volusia on our side. We're told we don't exist by Orange City or DeBerry. So I haven't been here in a few weeks because I had a death in my family. My dad passed away. Meanwhile, I get out of that and I come home and nothing has changed. DeBerry stopped pumping. They stopped pumping the water out. I don't know if it's because you guys told them to do that, or they did it on their own, or they were told in back areas to do that. I don't know. But whatever it is, the water hasn't gone down at all. So you three who've been out to my property know what I'm talking about. My dock is still, I don't know, another 10 feet before I can even reach it, and it's still 6 feet under my dock that's on a dry area of the lake. My property that I bought in 21 that was 100% dry is not 100% dry. I can't even see the fence lines that circle my property. You guys, I realize that the wheels of progress are slow. I get that. And I get that for whatever reason you've decided not to talk to us anymore. I sort of get that. I guess not really. But it doesn't change the future, and the future is we're going to drown. It's coming. And this is a warning. I mean, we've been warning you guys for 5 months that it's going to be worse. And I really need you to take it serious. Because I don't want to just lose my dad and then lose my house, because it's coming. I was told today that Elevate Florida will not help me. So I was denied by FEMA, I was denied by Elevate Florida, and pretty much I'm denied by you guys because you won't even talk to us anymore. So we're asking for your help. We don't want it to go the wrong way, but it is.
Joshua Rivera.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here, Miller Lake, Josh Rivera, same issues you've been hearing about. We're asking to turn the pumps on. They haven't been pumping. We were making a lot of progress. Miller Road was 3 foot on the water. Now it's barely not underwater, it's just to the side of it. So if we continue to do that, that's going to help a lot. We're asking you please to turn the pumps back on. It was working. Pretty slow progress, but it was working. 145 days since since Milton, and we're still flooded. She has all those flooding issues. We have all those flooding issues. There's other sides of Miller Road that are still flooded. People are just now gaining access to their house. We've been here multiple times talking about the same thing, right? Miller Lake has no capacity, so if we get another storm that's even close to the range of this last one, it's that our whole entire community is going to be destroyed. It's already pretty much destroyed. You're going to finish it off with that. The time to act is now. Hurricane season right around the corner. Same. You know, we have zero capacity. What's the current plan? We're not getting any communication from anyone, so that's the major issue right now, you know. If we wait till hurricane season, I mean, all these things take time, right? We're pumping, we're going down a half an inch to an inch a day. We're talking 3 feet, 6 feet. We still have another 6 feet to go to get it where it was before Milton. We're asking for help, and we would greatly appreciate anything you can do to help us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Reese Linton.
Good morning. I'm part of the Miller Lake crew as well, so I think I'm the last one here to just underline things here for us. And I just want to let you know here, of course, that we're not going away until the water's going away. And we're at the point here where we have no choice but to do things like this. I have a little bit of a prepared statement here. My family needs your help. Our property is currently still 3.5 acres submerged. We only have 5 acres. We appreciate the recent pumping out of Miller Lake that has reduced the submersion significantly. The current issue is that once the pumping stopped, so did the receding of the water. Miller Lake is a basin. It holds in the water that it receives, and we are still receiving water from Orange City. The issue right now is that we've never seen the water level this high in March, and the rainy season is coming. I ask 2 things. We stop the unnatural flow of water from Orange City that is currently fast-tracked to our area. And we need solutions to help us move current water levels down to a manageable place. I further suggest that we get the levels down to pre-2017, when St. John's approved the valve that concentrates water moving into our humble little basin. I've already replaced well equipment and pool equipment and had a harrowing experience trying to get my daughter across the flooded road to a waiting ambulance on the other side. If we don't do something, I fear we will also have to find a way to replace our home. I want the public record to show that we have asked for your help today. Will you help us? Thank you.
Thank you, David Kremer.
Hi, 180 Shady Lane, Miller Lake. And yes, our house is still uninhabitable. Yes, the septic is still underwater. And yes, our daughter's still looking for a place to live. Now, you're all aware there's litigation going on with the businesses across 1792 in Orange City. And if the county's legal has told you not to talk and not to communicate with us, then, you know, by all means, to do what legal says. But if there's a way to communicate what's going on, all the solutions that were discussed in December or January, February, you know, is anything going on? Or, you know, maybe legal should also be aware that several of you were told by Ben Bartlett that the solution is to flood the homes and buy them out. So if that is still the solution, I've asked this the second time now, then please tell us. Now, is turning the pumps off 2 days after the litigation went through, is that retaliation? I don't know. We're not being communicated to. In stop communicating, you know, what's going on? And again, I'll bring up that several of the neighbors, before the flooding ever got this bad, in 2017, 18, 2019, all came and all the pumping was approved at that time, which would never have gotten as bad as it is today. But that pumping never occurred because Ben Bartlett refused to do it. When all other entities in the cities and St. Johns River Authority agreed, he said no. And I'll remind you, again, that Ben told me on the phone I could buy the pump. So if that's the type of retaliation that goes on when the community is looking for help, you know, that's a sad day. So, and, you know, coincidentally, after the pump discussion and that phone call was over, then immediately after that, Ben Bartlett's brother, who was also the Volusia County appraiser, came and took our agricultural status away. Of course, we had to get rid of the animals and the livestock because the water was up so high. So this has been going on for a while, and it's just slowly getting worse, and it's as if the county has just allowed it to get worse. So please help and communicate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your comments. I see the county manager would like to reply, and I just want to correct one thing that was said, because I've heard it a lot. Ben is not related to the property appraiser. They do share the same last name, but there's no blood relationship there. County Manager George Rector.
Well, that's what I was going to say, is that for the record, Mr. Bartlett, the two Bartletts are not related in any way. So just want to make sure that was clear.
There is litigation going on. Are you allowed to give them any update at this time?
I would just say that we are working. I will say that the city of DeBary, number one, the city of DeBary is not pumping, so they never pumped. It's when the Florida Department of Transportation has been doing the pumping into the line that then goes into the DeBary system, which ends up in the DeBary quarry or borrow pit. That's the final resting place. That's full. They need time for their system to recover, so that's what they've asked us to do. And on top of that, St. John's Water Management's authorization to pump ended, I think, on February 19th. So those are the two factors. Now, that's not meaning we're stopping or anything. Those are just the current condition. We've met with DeBary. We've met with St. John's. We'll continue to meet further with St. John's, looking at more of a long-term pumping plan. We are aware that, yes, it's going to rain again when the rainy season comes, and so we're trying to look at what we can do to adjust the lake level between now and then. The road was repaired. Access was put back for everybody. We've taken over nearly, I think, between 6 and 7 feet of elevation of water out of that basin. So that's what's occurred so far. We're not done. We're actually also have some other actions I'll be bringing forth in regards to property and other things around the lake.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's the end of public participation for the opening. We will move to item 1, which is the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Second.
That's for public comment. Number 1. Oh, I thought it was for. Okay. Okay, we'll go ahead and do this one. I thought we had one more for the consent agenda, but they wanted to speak now, so. Jake Johansson, you moved to approve the agenda? And the second was by Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion, the agenda is approved, 7-0. We'll take our last speaker now. I'm sorry I overlooked you. Jake, where are you? You're in the back.
Good morning.
Morning.
I guess I'm the final speaker this morning. I just wanted to express my family's concerns about flooding. Speaking for my mother, she lives south of Taylor Road in Country Club Estates, District 1. So, Mr. Dempsey. As other speakers said, it has been 145 days since Milton. And the good news is that recovery is proceeding, for us at least. I attended the special meeting last month in regards to improved building standards for flood mitigation. And I noticed that there were no orange shirts here or people who were lobbying against having stronger regulations. And I feel like they knew that the county was going to act or not going to act and then improve those water standards. We're awaiting, I think myself and then our neighbors are awaiting word on the basin studies. I heard in that meeting that they were nearly done, but we haven't heard anything else. So we'd like to know what's going on with that. Let's see. I understand that there's, in regards to stormwater maintenance, so the people who run the vacuum trucks that drain water from various locations, that there's a staffing shortage. So I would like to know if the county is doing anything about that, if they can raise their pay, get more staff in. And I know people speaking in front of the council and the council itself have a lot of talk about solutions, but we're still waiting for action. So we would like to see that. I thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that takes us to the consent agenda, and I'll just tell the council now we have a member of the public who would like to speak on item I. Does any council member have an item they would like to pull for a vote? Does any council member have an item that they just want to have commented on after the vote? Okay. Nothing to pull. So before I ask for a motion and a vote, I'll call on Amy Munizzi to come and speak to item I.
Good morning, Amy Munizzi, De Leon Springs Community Association. We just wanted to come and say thank you to staff. As you all know, we have a basin management action plan in De Leon Springs, and one of the facets of trying to reduce nitrogen in our spring is to have the citizens who are on less than an acre have to convert to nitrogen-reducing septic systems. In 2022, Ginger Adair and her team went to FDEP for a grant and got $1.1 million, and then went back in 2023, got another $1.1 million, and that gave us $2.2 million for our citizens to have up to $10,000 per resident on less than a half an acre to convert to nitrogen-reducing systems. So far to date, we've had, I believe it's 26 families take advantage of those grants, and that's a great win for our community. This is a little frightening for people. There's a lot of people that don't want to have to make this decision, but it's a state mandate. It's not a county mandate. It's a state mandate, and we have to do it if we're on less than an acre. We knew that was going to come to an end this month, and so we were a little bit concerned about losing those funds. Instead, the team went back, the environmental management team went back and asked for an extension, and so now those funds are available to us until 2027, and that's a real blessing for our community. We have great contractors who are involved in this. They've gone through the Department of Health program so that they can learn what they have to do to comply and get citizens to comply. They have been a tremendous facet in this. Jennifer Spain with Pollution Control has been terrific. She just put on another meeting for us so that we could come and learn more about these things. Now our citizens have up to $14,000 to help convert to nitrogen-reducing septic systems. So I know I always quote Mike Ulrich, and he says, nobody can do everything, but everybody can do something to help protect our water quality. And we've had that happen from the Community Association, constantly giving out information and learning information and sharing it to citizens who genuinely care about our water supply and our spring, to county staff who's really had our back in getting these grants to help us comply, to the state of Florida and the legislature who just want to protect these beautiful springs. And we're just thankful that we have a county that cares about us and wants to help us comply with this. And so we thank you so much for everything that they have done.
Thank you for your comments. Do I have a motion for the consent agenda?
Second, Reinhardt.
Have a motion to approve as presented by Jake Johansson, and the second by Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt. Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the consent agenda is approved 7-0. Which is going to take us to item 3, a proposed offer of settlement pursuant to section 70.001, the Burt J. Harris Private Property Protection, and Paulo Soria, you're going to
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. Paulo Soria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. On January 28th, 2025, the county received a notice of claim under the Burt J. Harris Jr. Private Property Rights Protection Act for property located on 2255 Kumpala Road in the city of Deltona. Based on the invitation to bid, contracting, and kind of construction work on Howland Boulevard. Upon review of the notice of claim, staff determined that it was deficient for a multitude of reasons. Those reasons are outlined in the staff report if you kind of care for all of the kind of legal technicalities. The Burt J. Harris Act does require, regardless of the quality of the claim, it requires the local government to provide a written offer of settlement within 90 days of receipt of the claim. That written offer of settlement does include no changes to the government action. So, upon review of the notice of claim, staff's recommendation is to provide a statement of allowable uses, which is all the uses that exist currently, and also to provide a written settlement offer of no changes to the government action. And I'm available for any questions. Chris Ryan from our office is also available for any questions.
questions for Paulo, David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I understood what you'd said, I want to make sure I'm right in your explanation there. The reason for the recommendation is because of a technical process that they did not comply with. Is that right?
Yes, their notice of claim is in our view, very deficient. However, the Burt-Harris Act requires us to act regardless of the quality of the notice of claim within 90 days to provide a written offer of settlement, which includes, we're not going to change anything. And that's our recommendation. We're not going to change our actions.
One more question, Mr. Chair. Based on the action we take today on this claim, is there any other avenues for them to disagree with us and move forward?
Yes. Well, this is purely on the technical provisions of the Burt-Harris Act. Anyone can sue for any reason. It just depends upon if you can state a claim. Our view is that they do not meet the technical requirements for a valid Burt-Harris Act claim under the statute.
Okay, and one more thing, Mr. Chair, if I could, for purposes of my education, the council, and maybe the public, could you give us a brief synopsis of what a Burt-Harris claim is? And
Sure. So a Burt-Harris Private Property Rights Act claim is something that is less than a full taking. So when we say a full taking, essentially we either have physically invaded a property, we want the property and it's ours, or you have regulated the property to such an extent that all reasonable economic use and reasonable investment-backed expectations are removed from the property. So it's basically you have reduced the value of the property down to nothing. That is a standard kind of taking, federal taking claim. The Burt-Harris Act, however, sets a lesser standard. It allows a property owner to make a claim against a local government for something that is less than a full taking. So basically, if a government action inordinately burdens a reasonable investment-backed expectation, so that's kind of the prevailing standard. So if a direct government action applies to a property and reduces that property's value and interferes with an identified reasonable backed expectation, that is something that someone can claim under the Burt-Harris Property Rights Act and not under a traditional taking. So Florida's a property rights state. It allows someone to sue a local government for actions that interfere with their investments.
you used the word value. Is any value, any reduction in, if it can be, let me back up. If it can be proven that there was a reduction in value based on a government action, it could be any amount of value, or is there a threshold that it needs to pass?
There's no specific threshold, essentially, but the value has to be done to the property. So it's not business damages, unlike with standard takings. You know, they have to identify what the investment-backed expectation is. They have to identify what the government action is. They have to identify that the government action actually interfered with their investment-backed expectation. And they have to demonstrate via an appraisal the reduction in value on the property. So, you know, depending upon whether that value is there's no kind of threshold, but it's like minor decreases in value aren't claimable. So you have to demonstrate that the reduction in value is connected to the reasonable investment-backed expectation.
And I think my final question, would an action like additional procedural or steps, processes to a property, could that be considered a diminishment in value if a property owner had to go through additional cumbersome steps?
Hard to say. Anyone can sue for anything.
Yeah.
But usually process isn't unless you have set it up such that it actually does interfere. Process is usually not a claimable thing. You haven't taken away, and this is just arguing, like
Sure.
it's on a case-by-case basis. You haven't taken away any of the uses, and you haven't kind of interfered with their reasonable investment-backed expectations.
Thank
So
you.
process by itself may not be one of those.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, is there a motion on the proposed settlement?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt,
I'll second it.
and a second by Councilman Santiago. Comment from anyone? Okay, then I'll call for the vote. The motion is to approve and accept the proposed offer of settlement pursuant to section 70.1, 70.001. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion is approved, 7-0. That takes us to item 4, ordinance 2024-16 concerning shipping containers, the use of shipping containers in Volusia County.
Good morning, Carol McFarlane, Planning and Development Services Director. So this ordinance has before you, it was originally discussed in council meeting October 17th, 2023. It was part of a conversation that was about commercial vehicles and shipping containers. It was a bit of a broader discussion, and it was taken to the PLDRC on August 15th, 2024. And 2 more times since then, October and December. So it's gone through a lot of iterations and some problem solving and some soul searching. Again, it originally came to council. The actual motion from council was to draft an ordinance for shipping containers in commercial and industrial zoning classifications. So when staff started its drafting and getting ready for PLDRC workshop, we added in agricultural uses as well. So for the ordinance 2025-16 contains a definition for shipping container, and it classifies them as an accessory use or structure. There falls under certain rules that are already under our code of ordinances that applies for accessory structures. So there's 2 parts to the ordinance. The first part allows shipping containers in agriculturally zoned properties with no permit. No permit is required, same as any other agricultural structure in agricultural land. It's exempt from that requirement. The only exception is if it's within a floodplain, and that's a state rule. It's in our floodplain ordinance. If it were to be in a floodplain, they could elevate it or put flood vents on it. So there's ways to get through that. And that is limited to 2.5 acres, plus 1 additional per 5 acres for a maximum of 6. If you do the math, I think that comes out to 20 acres is how you would get up to 6 containers per parcel. The 2.5 acres was discussed by council. There was kind of discussion between 1 and 3, and in the end, we don't have a zoning classification that has 3 acres. It's 1, 2.5 acres, and 5 acres. So we went with the 2.5 acres. And I do want to point out in this section for the permit exemption, it's agricultural zoning or classified as an agricultural use pursuant to Chapter 193. So that means if you have the agricultural tax exemption, you do not need a permit for the shipping containers. So the next section of the code talks about shipping containers in rural, business, industrial, and public zoning classifications, as well as non-residential PUDs. They are required to have a building permit, which means they need to be tied down. They have to have 1 acre outside of the wetlands. I don't want to go through every single one of these unless you want me to, but we are looking at same rule with the 2.5 acres, and we're looking at a cap of 2. Same situation with the flood hazard management. You have to meet those rules. We did talk about having a stable foundation, so not a concrete slab, but something to keep the shipping container from getting cattywampus. And for the commercial and industrial, they need to be screened with landscaping or fence, which is consistent with any other requirements that we have for commercial storage units. There are some prohibited locations. The first one is really talking more about commercial uses, so it can't be in areas where cars are supposed to be going through, pedestrian access, sidewalks, easements, etc. They are not allowed on vacant or unimproved properties and cannot be visible from the street or used as a sign. Another issue is that they cannot be habitable or have utilities brought to them to be habitable. And the reason why, we talk about sometimes, shipping homes being used for residences is something that comes up quite a lot. So I want to make a clarification that nothing in our code says that you can't do that. The caveat is that you meet building permit requirements. So at that point, you're really using the shipping container more as materials than anything else. So if the structure were to be used as habitable space, the way this code is written is that it's looking at the shipping container as materials, and that it would really be kind of livable area if it were under air, for example. This is a legislative hearing, so you guys have obviously quite a broad review, broad discretion for how you want to make your changes. We had one public participation in August, October. Someone asked for RR to be stricken from the ordinance, to not allow them in the rural residential zoning classification. That did not make it into the ordinance after the December PLDRC discussion. So with that, staff recommends approval. You have several different options here, right? We can talk about changes that we want to make. We can make small edits. You could do a continuance if you wanted to see some sort of a rewrite of the ordinance, or you could table or deny the ordinance. So I just want to make it clear as we're having this conversation that this staff is here to help implement what the county council wants to do. So there are things that we try to draft the ordinance to make it easy for us to have that communication. So if numbers need to change, that's a very, very easy change for us. Paolo actually usually ends up doing it right here while we're sitting here in council. If you need to change, add a zoning classification or move it to one of the different sections, again, that's a very, very easy change. Striking sentences is easy, and striking paragraphs is easy. So I just wanted to make that clear that those are discussions that we're ready and willing to have. With that, do you have any questions?
Council, any questions for Carol McFarlane, Danny Robbins?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Carol, for working on this. A couple quick questions. What would be the difference between a temporary structure and an accessory structure?
Do we have our building official here, Nick Ventura? I guess not yet. So temporary.
Here he comes.
He's a bit better equipped to answer that question than I am. Thank you, Nick.
Nick Ventura, interim building and code administration and chief building official. So temporary structure defined in the Florida Building Code would be for 180 days.
Is that something, Nick, that at a local level, because I see this, council came forward with some recommendations of the direction that we wanted to go to make things simpler. These aren't fastened to the ground, and can we get away with doing it as a temporary? And my other follow-up question to that is, if it's classified as an accessory structure, do the residents then get taxed on it as an accessory versus a temporary? Because just like a shed, these are temporary. You can move them at any time. So is it our law that's 180 days, or is this something that
That's how it's defined in the building code, but if they're going to be on ag land, which is exempt from Florida Building Code.
I understand that.
So
outside of ag land.
Yeah, so outside of that, we're really talking again about the commercial and the industrial classifications. If it's used as storage container, as storage, then same as any other storage on the commercial industrial. The difference is the the rural zoning classifications.
Right, so on the rural zoning classifications, RR, RA, A1, A2, A3, whatever, can we do it as temporary? Or do they have to say as accessory? I'm trying to make this thing simpler, and
Yeah.
this is a bureaucratic mess, in just my opinion, and no offense, but I'm trying to make this much, much simpler than what it is, and how it can benefit our residents.
Yeah, certainly we can draft the code however you want it to be drafted. If it were a temporary use, again, if it's agricultural, it wouldn't need a permit, so we wouldn't have any idea of when it was placed on the property. So we'd be talking about that rural, the RA, RR, and the commercial and zoning classifications.
Would we be able to strike 180 days and make it temporary?
Are you, would you prefer that it not have a building permit at that point?
We're in questioning
Yeah.
right now. I got a list of things that I'd like to see changes. I'd like to hear from Mr. Santiago, but I just want one quick answer. If it's an accessory structure, does the property appraiser assess taxes on that square footage?
I can't speak to what the property appraiser does, but I would imagine so. Just like you would be using it just like a shed, so they would assess it the same way.
Yes, sir.
Done. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a question for Danny I'm trying to get in your space. Are you trying to, which I like, are you trying to keep the tax man's fingers off this also?
I don't want us on property, and I want the government's hand out of our residents' pocket the best we can. Council, I'd like to make a motion to, not for approval, but for further discussion, where I can make my recommendations if there's nobody else.
Is your motion to approve and then discussion? I didn't understand it.
So your motion would be to postpone?
I don't think you need to.
I have some recommendations, but
Okay. I love your reasoning and your question line, and if there's a way to avoid taxing people for a storage unit, I'd love to find it. So
Me too.
I'm good with you continuing.
The only thing I was wanted to ask, Mr. Chair, if I can, in the recommendation, I think it said, can we go back one page? I want to say the wrong words. I think it might be a page or two back. Vacant, there it is. Vacant or unimproved properties, it's prohibited, right? Is that what this recommendation is? And what was the rationale behind that? Because I have a difference of opinion. If someone has 5 acres and they want to put a container in it for whatever purpose, why not?
Yeah.
That's
Exactly.
So I may recommend that change also to extract that, unless there's a viable reason for not allowing it.
Sure, and that doesn't apply for the agricultural uses, so they could have shipping containers. So again, we're talking about the rural and the commercial and industrial, and that's kind of our typical code, is that you can't have an accessory use when you don't have a principal use. So a commercial zoning designation, we don't typically like to have businesses on properties that they don't really have any infrastructure. They may not have driveways. They may not have any of their wetlands or floodplain delineated on the property.
Okay, so what you're saying with this in the language, and you're helping me, so I appreciate it. With this in the proposed language, it would prevent someone from taking a vacant commercial lot that might be on frontage, let's just use that example, on a commercial frontage, from just putting a shipping container right there and being exempted from all codes.
Correct.
Okay, I wouldn't want that to happen. So I'm glad I asked the question.
Okay.
So, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, Councilman Troy Kent.
Yeah, I was just going to tell Councilman Robbins, I look forward to the changes and recommendations. We had a healthy discussion about this a year and a half ago, and I'm going to surprise you by seconding your motion.
Okay. So the motion was to discuss?
No. He hasn't, no one seconded that motion. That wasn't needed. He's going to start making some changes. He didn't make a, I mean, he made a motion, but no one seconded that.
Full second.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Okay. Councilman Robbins, please continue.
Thank you, Chair, for the leeway. Couple things to kick it off. The floodplain management element in the proposed language would require, Carol, that the resident cut holes in that container, which would ultimately defeat the purpose because they're watertight for a reason, and they have a subfloor as well. Also, to council, the language, I would like to change the language to include the word stable that you hit on instead of solid. There's not a clear definition for solid in our.
The ordinance in front of you does say stable.
Okay, good. Just to avoid any problems there, but mostly, most importantly, council, if this is adopted as presented, if you travel the county in any of our transitional areas, which are 1 acre and above, RR, RA, to 2.5, out into the larger parcels, you'll see a lot of the properties already have these, right? All throughout the county. And overnight, with these pages of now requirements, would ultimately create a unnecessary burden, in my opinion, whether it be costs, permit fees, this, that, and the other stuff that this council unanimously steered against. So I would also like to add the applicability to the zoning. I know you have it at 2.5 acre minimum. I want to include RR, which is a 1 acre minimum, which is rural residential, and the RA. Both are traditional, but were left out of the initial proposal. And I'm good with council to eliminate all of the things presented except for the following. On those lots that were 1 acre to 2.5, 2 maximum, and I'm good with the rest. You said up to 20 acres or whatever your example was. So 2 maximum per lot on 1 to 2.5 acre parcels, those 2 zonings. And then I'm good with cannot be located in a vehicular access area, pedestrian facility, required landscape buffers, streets, walkways, or sidewalks. Good with that one. I'm good with shall not be permitted as a habitable space, office, rented or leased, utilities or electrical extended to the container to make it habitable. I'm good with that one. I'm good with cannot be used as a sign. I'm good with must be maintained in good condition with no visible structure or damage or corrosion. And I'm good with when it comes to our businesses, with it being screened or barriered if at a business, which I think is pretty standard. But when it comes to industrial, if you go to an industrial site, folks, these containers are widely used and mainly for security purposes while on that job site. But to have industrial or businesses come in and pay another fee on top of all of our other requirements, I think is very petty and a little overreaching of us to do that, especially when they're standard on any job site throughout the world. So I'd like to exempt industrial from any of the bureaucracy as proposed. And 2, can we change this to avoid further taxation to a temporary use? Because they can be moved. They're not like a mobile home strapped to the ground, fastened to a monolithic slab or stem wall. So just like a shed, they're temporary, and I think it would be a great decision of us to avoid any further taxation, make this thing as simple as possible. But other than the ones that I had listed, eliminate all those except for the 6 or 7 that I listed that we're good with.
Danny, can you make that in a motion format?
I gotta repeat that whole thing?
No, I just say I move for what I said. I see Russ's eyebrows are raised, but
I don't know if my eyebrows are raised. The only thing I would say about with the property appraiser assessment server for the tax man is that we don't make those determinations. So even if we make a motion today to say not assess it, that ultimately is up to the property appraiser. He may have a different determination. I just want to make that clear.
I think the temporary use word might give us that clearance you're looking for. That's my guess.
I'm not so sure it does.
No, you're not? Okay. I think that's subjective.
Let's look at it, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, I'd ask Paolo perhaps to come up, because the building code is what we're talking about amending, and I think the question is, can you amend the building code to make a structure indefinitely temporary?
No. Well, I take that back. It's either, it sounds like a technical amendment to the Florida Building Code, which is very difficult to do. You really need to justify it. So right now, these structures are subject, over 400 square feet. They are subject to a building permit. If they say that it's a temporary structure, then it can only be there for 180 days. After that 180 days, it's code compliance. So that's not something that we can change.
What happens if they move it an inch? You see what I'm saying? And what I'm trying to do is mirror agriculture, because on any of these lots with no minimums, agriculture can do it. We have a simple form, Carol, that you had sent over for non-residential buildings. I'm trying to see if we can mirror that ultimately, and that avoids the taxation end of it.
So we already exempt things like, those temporary pods, right? Because we've got a definition for shipping container. If you don't meet that definition, we don't subject you to these provisions. So if you had one of those actual movable, they're not real shipping containers, but they look like one, we exempt those. These are geared towards the permanent location of accessory structures, which, as Russ said, potentially adds value to the property, and we don't really have jurisdiction over the property appraiser or the tax collector on those particular aspects. The building code aspect is, if it requires a building code, it's going to require a building code. A building permit, if it requires a building permit, it's going to require a building permit. That's not something that we currently have local jurisdiction over. So, for our zoning and for our zoning provisions, you can be as permissive as you want. We've done that for agriculture. You can do it for industrial. I just don't know if we can make a temporary use permanent.
So how about this? As I'm hearing it, there's a correlation between the permit and then the taxation, obviously, right?
Not necessarily. The property appraiser may.
What
tax
happens if
you
we don't
from-
charge for a permit? We don't need a permit.
The property appraiser may assess structures that don't have a permit. Still adds value to the property. Once again, not our jurisdiction, not our, they're a separate constitutional entity. They will make their own separate determination.
Maybe we can get with them. So, but council, I'll make this motion to eliminate the proposed language for the floodplain management. Stick with the word stable instead of solid as proposed. Reduce the zoning to the RR, which is a 1 acre minimum, and RA with a maximum of 2 per lot. Cannot be located in vehicular access area. Shall not be permitted as a habitable space, office, etc. Cannot be used as a sign. Must be maintained in good condition with no damage, and good with a screen bearer if at a business, and exempt industrial from it. And also to council, I want to see what the property appraiser comes back and say, so I'll add this as well. Not require a permit or a fee to have it. But everything else that was proposed on your list, get rid of it.
So you were, just to clarify, eliminating the provision that it can't be habitable space or have.
No, I'm good with that.
That one you're good with?
Yeah,
Okay, just wanted
good
to
with
make
that.
sure.
Chairman, I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay.
We have a long motion.
Question?
by Danny Robbins, seconded by Troy Kent, and questions by Councilman Santiago.
Danny, did we maintain the not allowed in vacant and unimproved? What did we address that?
That doesn't bother me much because
I'm just concerned with that scenario that they gave us. If we can maybe thread that needle a little bit better, because I wouldn't want prime commercial space to someone be able to dump a container there. I don't think that's what our constituency would like. Maybe we can narrow that up.
what's your, because if it's commercial.
Maybe we say commercial's not, I don't know. Commercial's not permitted?
I mean, if it's commercial for business or industry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Should we
don't
just
know.
make it on commercial if you need to make sure that there's a primary business?
Yes,
Are you good with that, Jeff?
I like that. Because if we throw out commercial, we're throwing out a lot of what we started
That's correct,
with.
yes, yeah, I know. It's too
So-
broad,
I'm good with that.
throwing out commercial.
Yeah.
So Polo, did you hear what we said? How do we
Yeah,
thread
so,
that?
so that's a
Commercial with a
lot.
functioning business.
My recommendation is we'll take those changes, we'll redraft the ordinance, and we'll bring it back to you, rather than, I don't want to misunderstand what the motion is, and then we make a change, and then, that's kind of set in stone until we find out,
get it.
oh, that's not really what you mean, so.
And to avoid any notice issues, because we'll have to make some changes to the heading, so we need to bring it back.
I also want to point out that, it's still, these permanent structures will still be subject to a Florida Building Code if applicable. It's still going to be subject to meeting the floodplain provisions, because that's kind of happens to all accessory structures, even if you have an ag classification. So that's one of the only things that local governments, that are still applicable, even if you have a bona fide agricultural classification. You need to comply with the floodplain management. Doesn't mean you poke holes in it, but you may need to raise the structure
Multiple blocks
above the
under it,
floodplain, yes.
No, and I'm good with that. I just didn't want to go make this thing so terrible for people when we're supposed to be doing. And Paulo, just to follow up real quick, can we, I want to test the waters here, and it's probably a loophole. Can we not have a permit for this?
Well, you already don't have a permit, like
Okay.
the way its ordinance is written for certain ag classifications.
For everybody except for ag. We know ag already. For everybody else, I don't want to require a permit or a permit fee.
We just treat it as a normal accessory structure. I don't think it's a standalone permit, but I don't know if that's.
No, no permits. I don't want any.
If you don't want permits, then you don't want permits. It makes it an easy ordinance to write.
So potentially, yes. I think we got direction from our last growth management workshop to bring back some changes, for fences and for sheds to remove permitting, still subject to some, minimum setbacks, minimum heights. What you're doing is instead of, turning it into compliance at the permitting, it basically turns it into a code compliance issue. So code enforcement, if they see one of these things, not that it requires a permit, but if they see it violating any of the setbacks, if it's in, an easement, it becomes a code enforcement issue rather than a permitting issue.
And that's why I struck those from that list. So as long as we're clear to wrap this up, eliminate all those except for the 6 or 7 that I had stated. Thank you.
Okay. And Troy Kent, you were the second?
Yes, and
Still
I'm
good? with
I
that?
am so good with that, and I think it's a wise move to have legal bring this back to us. And I would just recommend, reach out to Mr. Robbins, and also the comments that Mr. Santiago and our chair said about the commercial as well. But that way, when it comes back to us, it's cleaned up, and we know exactly what we're rocking and rolling with. Thank you.
Yeah, we have, we've been working on this for, it seems like 2 years, but Danny, I think these are really good changes to tighten it up and make it, apparently what we all envisioned, and I think you're about to get council unanimous agreement. We don't know about Don yet, but I just want to make sure when you talked about the floodplain management, you said holes are required, and you want no holes, which I think is really important, because not only It's gonna be a storage unit, sometimes for feed, and it needs to be rodent-proof. If you have
Right.
holes in the bottom, it's not.
And I think we addressed that, as long as we can keep it to a minimum with that word solid, or, excuse me, stable
yeah.
definition, that we're not gonna require people to create vents and all this stuff. It just defeats the purpose of having one, so.
Okay. Very good. County Attorney Michael Dyer. Oh, County Assistant
Yes, sir. I'm not as
Attorney.
handsome. I'm a person by another name. Just for clarity, to bring this back to council, not to go back through PLDRC, or do you want this to go back to PLDRC?
Bring it here.
Perfect.
Bring it here. Okay. All right. If everybody understands the motion, I will call a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You did get done.
He was on the fence.
He's not listening to me. And the item 4 is approved 7-0
I
with
think it's 6-0. Mr. Hanson was out, so we'll ask him when he comes back in.
Okay. All right, I'll ask him as soon as he comes back in. Aye. So it was 7-0. Okay. That takes us to item 5.
All right, welcome again. Carol McFarlane, Planning and Development Services
Here you
Director. This is a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment from Osteen Transitional Residential Future Land Use Designation to Osteen Mixed Use Village Designation. Here's a location map of the property that we're talking about. It is across the street, across from State Road 415 from the Super Walmart. That's at the corner of Howland Boulevard and State Road 415. It's a long property that's just north of the lake that you see there. It has the existing, if you're looking at this map, the pink part is the mixed-use village, and the yellow part is the Osteen Transitional Residential. So this property has 2 different future land use classifications on it. Just to back up, this item is also related to item 6, which is the rezoning application that accompanies this future land use amendment. So if it's okay with you, I'll give both presentations in one. So the rezoning that would accompany this would also cover this back part, the yellow part that you see that kind of touches down to, kind of looks like the Texas Panhandle, actually. So this is a legislative hearing, meaning that the council has pretty broad discretion on, if you want to approve or deny. The rezoning application can't happen without the others. So if you approve the future land use amendment, you have to approve the rezoning, and if you want to approve the rezoning, you have to approve the future land use amendment. Right now, the property can have a maximum of 77 dwelling units. That's a mix of 54 townhomes on the mixed-use future land use side, and if I'm doing my math right, 23 single-family residential on the transitional residential side. This land use amendment, which again is just for what was yellow on the screen, if we turn the whole thing into mixed-use village, would allow 101 dwelling units. Both future land use designations allow for single-family residential or duplex. The difference is that the mixed-use village would allow townhomes. So if the property were developed today, at its maximum possible use, it would generate approximately 572 average daily trips per day. The proposed amendment would take it up to 742 average daily trips, which is an increase of 170 average daily trips. I do want to make it very clear in this presentation, because there was a lot of talk in the staff report about what the applicant's end goal is, and you mentioned 80 townhomes. I want to make it very, very clear that this rezoning specifically, it's not a planned unit development. they're asking for what we call a straight rezoning, which means that there's no site plan that accompanies the approval. So in no way does this approval tie anyone. It's not binding to, and it does not mean that the 80-unit townhomes is what we are approving today. It is within the Osteen Joint Planning Area. There's been a lot of conversation about the Osteen JPA that's been happening aside, background noise for this application. At the last council meeting, council did ask that staff work to find a workshop in coordination with Deltona. We have found, we've been working with Deltona staff, political staff, the mayor and a council person, and their legal staff and their planning director. So we are looking at workshops. We have 2 potential days, April 2nd and April 9th. They're both on a Wednesday. I'm going to get through these last couple of points, but I just wanted to let you know that that's also one of the things that we're going to ask for direction from you on, is which of those meetings you prefer. The property will have to annex into the city of Deltona. They've made that intention clear. In order to have utilities, you have to enter into a utility agreement, and that's usually part of the agreement, is that they annex into the city. So that's what will happen here. There was no public participation at the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission hearing. We've gotten quite a few emails. I know several council members have been involved in some of those communications. We received a letter of no objection from Deltona on February 28, which was this past Friday. With that, I believe the applicant is here. If they have more specific information for you, I believe they have a PowerPoint presentation as well. So with that, I am here for question. Nope.
Question.
Yes, we're talking about item 6 as well, which is a quasi-judicial hearing. So the future land use is legislative, and item 6 is quasi-judicial, so you'll have to do your ex parte communication
We'll see if we get
disclosure.
there. Okay. This is obviously, from the emails we've all got, really important to our community. I was going to ask David Santiago and Danny Robbins, these are your people, this is your backyard. You've both been really involved in this community. And I wanted to hear from the two of you first, so it's interesting that you're the first up for questions. So, David, if you want to go first.
Yeah, I just got one basic question in the beginning. Just from a historical perspective, you may or may not be able to answer this, or there's someone in the room that can. As I look at these, the map, can we pull up the layout with the pinks? There it is. The one on the left, which is the current status, correct?
Yes.
And I look at all the other parcels, and I see that the color coordination is relative to parcel lines. Why is this one not the same way?
That's a good question, and you're right. I do not know how to answer that question. I don't know if Mark has some sort of parcel history on that. I saw him nod his head that he does.
Okay. Can we get that question, Mr. Chairman, from Mr. Watts, or I'll wait, whatever you prefer? Unless Danny has questions for her, maybe.
Mine's probably going to be of Mr. Watts after I hear his presentation.
So I'll wait, Mr. Chair, and then after his presentation, maybe he can address that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Robbins. You're going to wait? Okay. You had mentioned that the city of Deltona sent a letter approving, was that from Jordan Smith?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was.
Did you ever...
Planning director, yeah.
Did you ever receive a follow-up letter changing that?
Yeah, so we originally, prior to PLDRC, got a letter of no, or a comment of no objection from Deltona staff. At some point, they sent an email that they disagreed or did not want to support the 80 townhome units. We, Mark Watts staff, and we had a meeting with Deltona planning director and their legal staff, and we talked specifically about this is a straight rezoning, so nothing that we do here is binding to the 80 townhomes. concept. So based on that conversation, they felt a lot more comfortable with it. I think they just wanted some clear communication with us that that is not what our intention is with the rezoning. So after we had that conversation, it was followed up with an email of no objection, or a letter of no objection.
Did you hear from the Deltona DRC?
I'm sorry?
Did you hear from the Deltona Development Review Commission?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Y'all are ready for Mark Watts? Danny, your name's still up? You're good? Okay. Attorney Mark Watts.
Good morning. For the record, Mark Watts with the law firm of Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you this morning. I've got a couple of slides I want to just kind of walk through and then open up for some of the questions, and I'll answer the ones that have been asked already in that context. So if we can switch over the screen here. And let me, while they're doing that, start out by saying thank you to your staff, Trish and Carol and Paolo and the others that have been involved in the review of this as we've worked through the application. This one actually did go through a little bit of variation. We started out looking at this as a PUD. We ultimately came back and thought that using the existing zoning classifications within the JPA area made the most sense. So as Carol mentioned in her presentation, there's two items, item 5 and item 6. I'll talk about them collectively and then kind of get into the discussion about them individually as we move forward. But we do have a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment request and then the rezoning to mixed-use village. Just to orient you, and you saw this also in the presentation that staff gave, if you look here on the screen, let me see if I can draw on here. Coming down here, you've got Howland Boulevard coming in, and you've got the Walmart that's right over here across the street. The property with the star on it is the property that we're talking about this morning. If I can clear it off there. And then similar to what Carol just showed you, what you see on the left is the existing land use classification. So the LPA, the local plan area is kind of the key colors that you see there. Pink is that mixed use village, and I called it chartreuse. We'll go with yellow. That's probably easier to say repeatedly, but the yellow area is the transitional residential classification under the land use. And what you see on the right is what we're proposing with the land use application in front of you this morning. So you can kind of see that what we felt is it really kind of connected the dots, if you will, from the original plan. I know that there's been some discussion. We've had some conversations with residents in the area or some of their representatives about kind of the intent of the original plan. But to Mr. Santiago, to your question, we do have one parcel at this point in time that has two classifications. I do believe at some point in the past there were multiple parcels there. And so I think that's what led to that division between, where you see the pink and where you see that, yellow or yellow color. Just to go through, kind of what's allowed there based on those existing land uses. So these are pulled from the JPA document, the descriptions of the varying land uses. So mixed use villages on the left-hand side. It is really intended to kind of create, more intensity there along 415 with uses that include not only residential but non-residential. Carol mentioned that there were some concerns that were raised by Deltona. One of the requirements under mixed-use village is that 70-30 allocation between residential and non-residential use. We got into a discussion as we were going through some of that review conversation about a particular project, but that's not in front of anybody at this point in time. It's not in front of you. It's not in front of Deltona. It's just that would be the next step in the process. So whoever is ultimately applying the land uses here would look at compliance with that 70-30 mix as the project moves forward or as the whole area develops. Transitional residential, which is the existing classification on the eastern 6 acres, is outlined on the right-hand side here. Again, it's intended to transition. It doesn't allow the non-residential uses, but does allow single-family homes, townhomes, and duplexes also are permitted under that with a maximum density of 4 units an acre. So on the left-hand side, again, the kind of pink area, you've got 4 to 8 units an acre of residential, 4 being a minimum there. and then a maximum of 4 on the current eastern side. So we're looking just to consolidate that from a land use perspective. The other thing that's mentioned in your staff report with regard to the land use is we do have a small piece of NARMA that covers a portion of the property. And you can see in yellow here where the NARMA, and it's the Natural Resource Management Overlay classification, does come up into the property somewhat. I copied in here the policies from your conservation element that talk about where NARMA should be located and how the boundaries of NARMA should be defined. And so when the maps that you have in your comp plan were adopted originally, you followed the best available information. You looked at your wetland inventories, you looked at topo and GIS information, and you drew those lines. What we found as we went into this particular property, you also have site-specific information that is permitted to help define where those lines are. So as we got into the analysis of the property, we actually found that NARMA is not in that location, or shouldn't be in that location. What you see here, we had the environmental assessment of the property done. Right now, the NARMA area, looking back to that other map, kind of comes up into here and covers, what is now a stormwater pond there. That's not, if you look at the data that's in your materials with regard to the environmental assessment of the property, that's not where the key environmental features on the property are. Instead, what you see in the green on the aerial here is what we ultimately end up mapping. That's the wetland lines plus the 50-foot buffer that you require under your code for NARMA. That's where the lines ought to be drawn. So we're asking to shift them from where they are now to where you see them here. Now, you've got provisions under your comp plan that typically if you have kind of a mapping issue like this and you've got the ability to have staff work and administratively shift that doesn't apply to NARMA. And so NARMA has to come to you to have that 660-foot shift that's allowed otherwise by your comp plan. You can't do that administratively, with NARMA. It has to come through the council. So that's another part of the overall application for the comp plan amendment. And you'll see at the bottom of the memo from your environmental staff, they support that change because it reflects where the actual environmental features are on the property. On the rezoning, we're just, again, looking to stay consistent. What you see on the left is the mix. The county adopted a specific zoning classification for each land use classification in the JPA area. Deltona actually, I don't believe, has done the same thing. They treat it more through the plan development process as properties move into the city. So you have specific land or zoning classifications that correspond to your land use. So you've got Osteen Mixed Village zoning, that's the OMV, the pink that you see on the left, and you've got OTR1, which is the zoning classification that corresponds to transitional residential. Again, you can kind of see the line that I kind of dashed in there that shows kind of where we're trying to kind of connect the dots and sort of fill those uses in on the eastern portion of the property. This is the breakdown of what those current zoning classifications permit. So again, under Osteen Mixed Use Village, you've got that mix of uses. You allow for, non-residential, multifamily, townhomes, kind of within that zoning classification. And then to the east, 4 units an acre, on the maximum density for OTR1. You actually break OTR into 2 separate classifications, OTR1 and OTR2. OTR2 is only 1 unit per acre with the ultimate density. It's under the clock there, so you can't really see it on the screen in front of you, but it's 1 unit per acre, I think, is the density under, there you go, under OTR2. So I'm going to stop there and see if you have any questions before I get into any further discussion. I'm sorry, that was about 5 and 6. So the presentation on item 6 started there with the rezoning summary. So I'll pause there and see if there's any questions.
Hear that part.
Sorry.
Okay, we do have questions. We'll start with Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Real quick, Mr. Watts, just for a point of clarification, does the JPA state that every property has to have a 70-30 residential and non-residential split, or is that 70-30 for the entire JPA in Osteen?
It doesn't specifically say in very clear language. What you have if you look in this mixed-use village definition here, there is one clause in there that says where possible commercial and residential development should be combined into single buildings or otherwise mixed. The way that that has been applied, I think, I'm aware of 2 projects that have come through the county. I think the county is looking at 70-30, and this is consistent with a number of jurisdictions that have mixed-use classifications. The county looks at it as within the 250 acres that were originally designated as mixed-use village in the JPA, that there has to be a 70-30 mix of non-residential and residential. That was, I think, where part of the question came in from the city of Deltona.
Right.
How that would be applied, but that's really kind of that next step.
And Mark, I saw you had some data there for max 4 units per acre. Does that maximum of 4, does that include even when you take away the stormwater, was it 19, 20, 21% of the overall land? And then does that include the wetland buffers or vegetation buffers? How far does it bring that 4 down? What's our actual number?
So you would be adjusted for wetland areas. I think your stormwater ponds and everything else would continue to count towards that overall acreage, but the wetland areas do not have that same density. So any area that you have that are classified as wetland or the wetland, the upland buffer areas, it's 1 unit per 10 acres for those areas. So that's netted out. So if you do the math straight right now, and you said, okay, we have about, I think it's about 0.27 acres of wetlands on this overall site. If you do the straight math, the existing entitlements, you have, almost 7 acres of Osteen mixed-use village, about 6.01 acres of the transitional residential. Your staff report says that equates to 77 units. If you do, 8 and 4 times those acreages, you actually get to 79 units. The reason it's reduced is because of that wetland acreage.
Thank you. And also, just lastly, for now, what kind of wetland protections? I know we don't have a site plan yet per se, but what would you be able to do there to protect those identified wetlands? And would some of our, I don't know if you've tuned into the last couple meetings, but would you have the leeway to put any stormwater in the center of the community instead of?
So what we have,
elsewhere?
so first question with regard to the wetland protections, what you see in the green shading here, not only is the wetland area, it's also the upland buffer. And so on your code generally requires, particularly in the NARMA classification, that when you have a wetland line, you have a 50-foot upland buffer, which is more than what the water management district, their standard is 25. So this actually shows the protection of not only the wetland with 0 impacts on the wetland, but also the upland buffer line. Now we do have, you'll see just kind of a little shading area here. I'll just point it out. I don't know if you can see that. There is this was a nursery historically, and so there was a, kind of like a farm pond that was dug there. That I think ultimately will be impacted by something, as development moves forward with the site. With regard to stormwater, we have not fully designed the site at this point in time. What I have seen with regard to concept plans, it is kind of a narrow piece of land, but we have the stormwater area that's kind of up in here, and then in kind of part of this area. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That shows up better. So there and there is where we currently show it, but again, it's not designed. So I think we do have some flexibility to look at what makes the most sense as we move forward.
And just, thank you, Mr. Watson. And just lastly, depending on the council direction they choose to go. A couple meetings ago, we had talked about in council comments to have a community outreach session to give time to staff to prepare kind of a history on the JPA and of Osteen, but also to give the residents an opportunity to get that information, know exactly, create a baseline, know exactly what we're dealing with so we get off on the right foot, but also to have Deltona at the table as well. And I don't think that's been done in a long time. In the event I make that motion, would you or your client be able to give us a 30 or 60 days, and also to participate in that community meeting if you can?
Yeah, I listened to the discussion where the workshop concept was talked about a meeting or two ago. I think that's good. I mean, this is a JPA that's been in place for 16 or 17 years at this point in time. Under our old growth management laws, you had to go back and look at your comp plan every 8 years fully to, kind of go through and look at whether or not there were needs for updates or just to educate people that weren't here then on what it was. So the simple answer is yes. If you'd like for us to, participate, our clients, the owners of the property, have ties to the Osteen community. They think that's important. So if the council's determination is, we'd like to kind of have that workshop in April and then come back, we're happy to do that as well.
Thanks, and I think that just to end it, set us up for maybe a better compromise or dialogue. I just don't want to break that communication with everybody. So
agreed, and we've actually met with some of the leadership from I think it's the Osteen Preservation and Planning Society. We have committed to having further discussions with them as we move forward as well. So that may offer that opportunity to occur before. Sure.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like that idea, Danny, and I think maybe we can bring a lot of clarity and maybe save some heartburn for some people. I don't know if we can do it for everybody, but some at least. But I want to ask a question from the current status. I know this particular agenda item before us is not specific to townhomes, right? And then I was looking at, go back to the other screen where we talked about permissible uses.
On the zoning or on the land use?
Yeah, the zoning, that one. So, let's say I own, well, I don't want to say that because some people have fun. The owner of this property wants to build townhomes. And I'm thinking theoretically right now.
Sure.
On both these parcels. And leave it exactly the way it is and not request any zoning changes. What can I build?
So right now, when the land use was adopted, so that transitional residential land use allows single-family duplexes or townhomes. In the zoning classification, what staff brought forward to you and what the prior council adopted allows single-family, modular, or duplexes by right under that current zoning. So on that 6 acres that we're talking about, the amendment applying to, you could, at the maximum 4 units an acre, get to 24
Can I pause you for
duplexes.
a second? Can I pause you for a second? I just want to make sure. The land use conflicts with the zoning?
What you oftentimes see that your land use has more uses than your zoning necessarily does. The intent, I believe, and this is going back a few years, this is probably 15 years ago that the zoning classifications were adopted. The intent at that time was that you had additional entitlements. You could do townhomes under the land use. So if you go back to, single-family individual homes will be the principal use. However, townhome and duplex formats may be allowed. Because may be allowed as part of that code, staff, I think at the time when they brought forward the zoning classification, said, well, we're going to put duplexes in there by right, but if you want to do townhomes, you have to do a PUD. And so I think from the beginning there was contemplation that if you wanted to access all of the rights under, that transitional residential classification, you had to come back and do it through a PUD so that you could then see how you're doing it. So I think that's why it's not necessarily a conflict, it's just you have to unlock it by other means, the uses that are under that land use.
I know I still have that underlying question on there,
Yes.
but because I want to follow along with you, if I can pause you again for
Sure.
1 second. Mr. Chair, can I ask Paulo a question?
Yes, apparently so.
Procedurally speaking, what he described, I won't use the word conflict, but lack of a better one, it seems like conflict, and it says the word allow, right? May. And then I think Mr. Watts mentioned that staff said that, well, we think you should do it as a PUD. Where is that spelled out, and how is that guided in any way to come to that interpretation?
It's going to speak for staff. So staff looks at the applicant's proposal from pre-application, looks at what they want to do, and kind of provides them options. For this, there were 2 options. You can change the land use and do a straight zoning, in which case that unlocks, townhomes by right in the zoning. You could potentially leave the land use alone, and I think you can do townhomes as a special exception in TR, but that's another process. So as Mark stated, you unlock those uses not by right, but through another process, either through a PUD or some kind of special exception process. The issue with that is you have that zoning boundary in the middle, which you have to deal with. So you measure setbacks from it. You treat it as 2 separate things. So it kind of breaks continuity, breaks flow of a development, because you're trying to treat two separate parcels that, you know, are not supposed to intermingle, and you're trying to intermingle them. So that's hence staff recommended, probably the best way to do this is through a PUD.
Okay.
But you could get there in an awkward way through other means. It's
A
just,
PUD would require a hearing either also,
Yes.
same, similar, same conversation.
Right.
Basically. Thank you for that. And now if you can continue, what can I build today?
Well, well, and let me just point out one of the other things. To the extent there was something that we kind of looked at the straight zoning that's in existence now and said, I'm not sure you can accomplish what's permitted with the standards that are in straight zoning. So if you think about a townhome or a duplex lot, so you've got duplexes under the existing zoning that are permitted by right. You have either PUD or special exception to get to townhomes, but you've got this standard. And if you know kind of how a typical townhome is established, or even a duplex, you know, you have a smaller lot that's associated with them. So under that existing zoning, the lot, you know, the minimum lot size kind of creates a conflict with, you know, the ability to implement either a duplex or a townhome lot. So that was one of the other things that I think led us to the straight zoning in our conversations with staff.
So what can I build today?
That's it.
So, okay, but let me go back to my question, Mark. I want to make sure I establish this. The front parcel, let's just say, the front parcel, let's deal with each one at a time. I want to put townhomes there. Under what I have available today, how many townhomes can I put there?
I believe, if I remember correctly, on just doing the quick math on it, I think we could get something like 55 units, if I remember correctly, on that front parcel.
By
right.
straight up zoning?
That's
right.
just filing a subdivision plan.
Gotcha. So many
Or
units.
site plan, depending
Great.
on what's in the mix.
And then on the back piece, just lack of a better term, if I wanted to put duplexes out there, it's permitted by right, right? How many duplexes can I put there?
You could theoretically, if you could engineer it all, you've got 24.
79 total.
Correct.
If you just did two different projects, you could do 79 units.
79 units, correct.
79 residences.
Right. Now, there may be some adjustment, as I
Sure.
mentioned, you know,
Based on
we have some
setbacks.
wetland acreage, so you made 77, I think, is the max that's currently calculated.
Okay. That's all I have for now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On, I wasn't going to ask this, but to follow up on him, and if you go back to that slide you were just on the front part, you were talking about the pink part.
Yes.
Okay.
The purple pink.
If you had the townhouses there, he just referenced, how much commercial would you have there?
It depends. So there's a little bit of, and this is where I think
How much is required? Isn't there a requirement?
Well, yes, there is, and it's a question on who's interpreting it, and that's where some of the I think disconnect has been between the city and the county a little bit, because, and I think that's why the coordination, you know, that's being suggested through the workshops is good and important. You have approved, I think the two projects that I'm aware of that have been approved in the mixed use in that pink area have been 100% commercial. So the feed store, you know, the feed store that's kind of, I think it's right here. That is 100% commercial use now. I think they own some additional property, you know, to the east, but that site plan came in and was approved as 100% commercial. And I think it's right here somewhere. That is the car wash that's going in. So that's, again, 100% commercial use that's been approved. So, for example, the way that you have, when you adopted the JPA, it says there's 250 acres in the you know, mixed-use village classification. And there should be a 70-30 allocation of residential to non-residential within that classification. The county has implemented that as within 250 acres, there needs to be 70-30. What the city has raised as a question is, you know, they're looking at it as each parcel has to have a 70-30 mix, which on a larger parcel is fine. It becomes more difficult if you own an acre and you now are required, or you own 2 acres, an existing parcel here, and you have to do a 70-30, you know, mix. It becomes a little bit more difficult to implement on those smaller parcels. So I think that's a conversation that really needs to be sussed out as we move forward, you know, kind of with the workshop and with, you know, some of the discussions going forward. I'll give you an analogy, just looking at a different jurisdiction. Orange City, basically everything on the east side of Orange City, from VMP, kind of both sides of Veterans Memorial Parkway to the interstate, is an MX classification. Both their land use and zoning for that area is mixed use. And they have a table that is basically, here's the maximum amount of residential and non-residential and industrial uses that are permitted in that MX classification. And it's viewed area-wide. And so they maintain a spreadsheet that says this is what's been approved with each project coming forward, and they deduct from that ledger, if you will, of the residential, non-residential, and industrial uses that are moving forward within that broad classification. So I think that's an interpretation, issue that the city and the county probably need to be on the same page on moving forward. And I know that your staff has suggested that tracking mechanism as well.
Yeah, I would say we need to clarify that. Can you go back to the map where you showed the wetland and wetland buffer right there? Is there any part of that, of these two parcels that are in flood zone A?
There is some flood zone, and I'm just going to ballpark it based on memory of the exhibit, but I think there's some right up in this area. That's my recollection of where there's, and certainly down here, there's additional flood zone that's along the lakefront there, that's going into that wetland preservation and upland buffer area.
So part of it is there where you're going to build,
Correct.
you'd like to build townhouses.
Correct. And really the way that, if I remember how the map is set up, it kind of goes across the width of the property, more or less there. So in order to access the back portion of the property, you're really going to have some impact. But again, you've got the requirements in place for how to handle that and how to approach it. And
So
we'll have to provide
I know
updated.
we're not at the site plan.
Correct.
Point yet, but you've got a lot of experience in this. If that's flood zone A, do you anticipate bringing in a great deal of fill to make it buildable?
It would be really speculation at this point in time. I anticipate yes. I mean, I think that's probably a reasonable assumption to get to, but I don't know until we get into the engineering of it and we have somebody with a PE behind their name instead of an ESQ. So
I understand. Okay, thank you. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple follow-up questions. Mark, in your professional opinion, one procedure versus the next, you had one where I believe you said one doesn't require a site plan, or it would, did I hear that correctly?
On the
versus like a PUD. I'm trying to figure out which one would be most beneficial to the community.
So I think that some of what I've heard in the past couple weeks, just as we've heard some comments from the community and everything, is that sort of nothing in the JPA is supposed to be changed. Well, either a rezoning or a PUD will be a changed. I think that's kind of the first thing that we have to understand. I think that oftentimes you'll hear from, I think the community or members that are sitting on a council, well, we like a PUD because we know this is exactly what we're getting. Again, we started out kind of going down that route with regard to this project, and then in working through staff, we thought, let's keep this consistent within the JPA rather than introducing a PUD into it, and let's stay with the JPA classifications. So.
Okay. And lastly, before I make a motion, in your professional opinion, is there a way that you would recommend to clean up some of this language? I heard several times interpretation, just for security for our community down there.
Mm-hmm.
And so we know the expectations, so we don't run into this in the future, kind of a guessing game where ultimately just points fingers, How can we avoid that in the future?
Yeah, I think you have an opportunity to do it in this workshop series, in particular with the city and the county staff, assuming the city authorizes, the kind of participation in the workshops as well. I think that having sort of an understanding of common interpretation between the city and county staffs would be helpful here. We've done stuff like that in other places. When we broke apart the area-wide DRI around the 472 interchange, each community kind of took pieces. Now they put those things into their comp plan. So this number of trips went to DeLand, this number of trips went to the county, this number went to Deltona. Here's how the interpretations will be made. I don't think you necessarily need to go that far as long as the staffs are jointly working from a common set of interpretation.
As long as we can clean that up so we all know our expectations, kind of our marching orders going forward. I don't want there to be any confusion.
Yeah. I think one of the positives that's come out of this discussion, and some of the interaction, back and forth, so Carol alluded to the fact, and Mr. Chairman, you raised the question, did Deltona have a concern at one point in time? And, I think in December we had an email confirming they had no objection. In early February, they came in with an objection based on that 70-30 split discussion. And then last week, they came back and said, okay, now that we have a mutual understanding, we have no objection to the zoning change. So 2 out of 3 times, they've said they have no objection to the zoning change here or the land use change. But I think that, what that has resulted in is that those issues of the need for a common interpretation to be sussed out.
Okay.
And I think we've got the opportunity to do that now.
Excellent. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. I think it'd be wise for us to hold this community meeting, get the applicant on board, paired up with the community.
Sure.
And do an educational and community outreach. That way all of our expectation, everything's laid on the table with us and the city of Deltona.
Agreed.
Is there a motion to table it? Is that what it is?
That's what it has to be.
To table
60
until the community meeting
Let's say
and
60 days maybe as a
May.
time certain to get past the community meeting.
If that's the case, I'll second that. I think it's a good move.
okay. So to table this until we have the community meeting to hash out some of these differences in May. Hopefully that gives the public time to prepare. Motion by Robbins, and it was seconded by David Santiago.
Got a staff question, Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
We can continue to a date certain, then we don't have to re-advertise.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
May 6th or May 20.
And I'm good with that.
Which one, 6 or 20?
6 is my birthday. It might be a good day.
It's also it's Ben Bartlett's birthday, too.
Yeah.
It is.
Whatever's
Brothers.
good. Whatever's good for the council. I just want to make sure we have a meeting maybe down there at the Osteen Civic Center.
Yeah.
Would
Right.
be good.
My preference would be to hold it the second meeting in May, just to give the community more time to prepare. And I mean, they've been on this. I'll defer.
I like the second idea.
Okay.
I think that'd be fine. And I know you are looking at April 2nd or April 9th for, the workshop. So that I think will give us time to, have the workshop. We're going to have some separate meetings, I think, outside of that as well with some of the groups we've talked to. And then, be able to come back on that second meeting in May.
I
Mr.
thought we were
Chairman,
talking about the workshop in May.
April 2nd or 9th, I think, were the dates that I heard.
Right, the options are April 2nd or April 9th, and I did want to let you know that Tina Swift from the Osteen Preservation and Planning Society requested April 9.
9th. April 9th.
okay, I'll go to April
Okay.
2nd then, since
that's-
Tina asked for it. A joke.
If that's good with the community.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, if I could, just for guidance for us and staff, can someone describe what this is going to look at like? And reason I put that, I want to make sure, we're political bodies up here, right? We're elected, we represent. I don't want to turn this into a political football. I want a genuine conversation with what's happening there, what's the current status, is there a vision from the community, what's Deltona's vision, and collectively come up with some suggestions, because at the end of the day, we have to make those decisions. I don't want any of us influencing that process. That's my request. Let it go organic. If all of us can agree to that?
Yeah.
Make sure.
Organic.
Would you like a sub?
Listen, I bought my first chicken at Osteen this past weekend, so I got organic chickens. So I like using that organic word. Thank you.
I heard it
You
was
bought-
accepted by the flock.
It was accepted by the flock. Yes, she's doing good, by the way. That's the update.
You bought a chicken?
Well, my daughter has chickens, so
May
I kind of,
20th.
that's my chicken to add to to her
good for
flock.
you.
Was it a Rhode Island Red?
I don't know what it was, but it was a pretty bird.
We're going to be buying some
That's all I can
chickens
say.
for the MA Farms.
Okay,
Pretty bird.
So if I can.
you can.
We like the FDOT model of workshopping, which is, as David's explaining, very open. Anybody can comment, anyone can, talk to staff, write on maps, leave comment cards. So what we use is, again, the FDOT model, where we're going to very clearly go over what some of the history of Osteen is, what happened in 2008 with the joint planning agreement, what happened in 2012, which was the rezoning for the whole of the Osteen JPA, and we're going to specifically talk about exactly what developments have happened since 2012, and then we'll end with a visioning, like David was outlining, very open-ended discussion with people who live there. Deltona staff are obviously very much invited to it. We anticipate to have some back and forth. Yeah, that's what we're looking at.
Where is the workshop location?
Osteen Elementary School.
Okay, is that good with you, David?
Sounds good to me.
Osteen Elementary
Yeah,
School?
very good.
Okay. Okay, thanks for that clarification.
We gotta have one of the deans there in case somebody gets out of control, so
Agreed.
discipline.
I agree.
Don will be there. Okay. And then back to council, May 20th. 20th or 22? 20?
20th? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, before we vote on that, we've had some people that took time off work to, I think we should give them a chance to speak. I'll call your name, come down, tell us where you're from in Osteen. You don't have to give your exact address if you don't want to for safety reasons. And you'll have 3 minutes. If you can do it in less, do it in less, but we do want to hear from you. First, we have Amanda Carl. Nobody wants to be first, but.
Shake and bake.
What if we don't get there? We're not going to get there.
Good morning. I'll keep this brief because we'll cover a lot of this, I think, in the workshop when we have that next month. Thank you for your time. Amanda Carl, 525 Tabitha Drive, Osteen. And I want to discuss a couple things. One, the 70-30 issue. I think one of the things we really need to figure out is how that is going to be applied and give people some clear guidance. If we're applying this, even though it's not specified across the entire 200 plus acres, first of all, that's not precedent in Florida. Usually each parcel has to satisfy those zoning requirements, not across all of the property. And you're affecting the entitlements and the rights of other people who develop later. How is that fair that they don't get everything that they have anticipated and expected? And I want to clarify for the record, I am an attorney. I represent agricultural and rural interests here in the state of Florida. The next issue I want to quickly cover is the wetland issue. So the NARMA was very intentionally put into place, and I want to read a couple of sections that I copied here from our county ordinances regarding the NARMA. It is intended that the development of land within the natural resource management areas does not adversely impact the quality and quantity of the existing resources. Development activities within the NARMA are intended to be more restricted than for the same activities falling outside the NARMA, and that's intentional, by the way. And as required by subsection 72505I, an environmental impact assessment report is required for proposed developments within the NARMA. So if we can allow a developer to come in and unilaterally with his or her own environmental report suggest changing the line and we don't do a little more digging into that, we are negatively impacting the quality of a lot of our lands here in this county and affecting all of the residents, not just nearby and surrounding parcels, but in Osteen, it affects all of us. I live over on Mud Lake, which is connected to the St. Johns River, and when other parcels in Osteen have flooded the last few years, where they have never historically flooded, that all flows over the part of the river that then comes to the Lemon Bluff boat ramp. It crosses over Lemon Bluff, and then it comes into Mud Lake. So we're getting it two ways. We're getting it from the main channel of the river where Snake Creek comes into Mud Lake, and we're getting it across Lemon Bluff from all the properties over near where this property is. They eventually drain over into the river and come across Lemon Bluff. So we're affecting large areas, not just the neighboring properties, and flooding all of those neighboring properties and the properties that are far apart from them when we are impacting these wetlands, floodplains. So we need to take a closer look at some of these environmental impacts. I will leave it at that because we will discuss more of this at our workshop. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much. Amanda, before you leave, come back to the microphone, and I'll just make this announcement once for everybody. The recommended motion is to table this. If that passes, item 6 won't be, we won't be discussing it. You have signed up to speak for both items.
I'm good now.
You're good to go.
I'm good, thank you.
And we have several other people that have signed up for both Sue Burke. So when I call you up, if you could just do both at once, because you may not get an option for 6. So you're good.
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Rosemary Warner.
Good morning. I thank you for listening to all of us. I come from a different perspective than a lot of the people here because I'm neighboring property with this acreage that's in question here. We started our farm, had 30 acres, then bought 20 more. We have 37 that we still own there, and we are sharing the lake with the new owners, and we also share a boundary. We sold the land about 4 years ago with the understanding that the county gave them 40 homes that they could put in with a retention pond that would keep us buffered from anything that they were getting ready to do on the land. Because we still have, like I said, 37 acres, and we want to make sure that we can keep our life the way it is with all the change that's happening around. We shared, 25 to 30% of Lake Eulalia. And back when we were super busy, the University of Florida came out and did an environmental impact survey for us. In the mid-90s, they talked about preserving the gopher turtles, the scrub jays, and the rare plants that are growing on the property. As of today, I've yet to see plans for a retention pond, which I know is needed, and I have yet to see their green space plan. We went from 40 homes to 80 homes, and there's going to be pollution. There's going to be light pollution, noise pollution, watershed off of all that concrete and pavement that will go right into my lake. Now, our house sits on that lake. So what happens, what happens to me when the water comes all the way up to my house? Who do I hold accountable for that? And there is going to be runoff into that lake, and it has 3 springs on that lake. So all I'm asking you guys to do is develop this responsibly. I've seen a lot of development going on over in Deltona, and it's flooded roads. It's wreaked havoc after hurricanes. I just want you to do something good for the Osteen community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Tina Swift.
Tina Swift, Lemon Bluff Road, Osteen. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, please stand or raise your hand if you are here supporting Osteen. Critical issues exist with this project due to their extreme disregard for the JPA. Council must deny the application based on the following. County staff's interpretation of the 70-30 split is not in alignment with the JPA. The JPA does not contain language supporting staff's interpretation, and staff has been unable to cite documentation supporting it. Equality in how the JPA guidelines are applied across applicants over the last several years should be the same. However, there are 2 active commercial projects inside the JPA, and neither were given the same direction. Similarly, a female Osteen resident this year tried to take a similar action with her land, and the county told her no. That because she lived in the JPA, she could not take similar action on her property. County staff advising one landowner differently from another, both of whom sit inside the JPA, is concerning at best. For those who debate the intent of the JPA, I refer you to County Council decision November 2020, which denied the applicant's attempt for a similar comp plan amendment to individual parcels inside the JPA. The council, your predecessors, operating under the same JPA language, recognized the purpose of the JPA is to avoid parcel-by-parcel amendments. Your own governing body made that decision less than 5 years ago, set that precedent, and for that reason, council must deny this application. Today, this is 1 parcel. However, just a few years ago, this was 2 parcels. At some point, those parcels with intentionally different land use classifications were combined into 1. OPS questions the validity of allowing 2 parcels with different land use classifications to be combined and not resolve the FLU issue at that time. There is a dangerous precedent being attempted with this application. If council believes all landowners must be treated equally, then any landowner in the future who wishes to combine a high density with a lower density parcel would be granted the same rights as this applicant to apply the ultra high density zoning to the entire parcel. This would systematically allow the high-density FLU to overtake the lower-density FLUs, effectively bulldozing over transitional zones. This is why the JPA painstakingly applied FLU parcel by parcel. If this landowner simply desires to have a single common land use and zoning applied to their parcel, the community would agree today, right now, to allow them to rezone the entire parcel as transitional residential. What's good for the goose or the chicken is good for the gander. The statement that nothing's happening in Osteen couldn't be more false. We have an awesome feed store and we're getting a car wash. There was little to no pushback from the Osteen community for those projects. That's not because we didn't know about it. We know everything about our town. Those are examples of positive and welcome development. They offer amenities our town desperately needs, and as you all have seen, when development is done right, when it's done for the benefit of the community and not for someone's checkbook, everyone in that community rallies behind that business because it's the right thing to do. I implore you, do the right thing today and partner with us moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Bush. I didn't see you sitting back there.
Good morning, Council Chamber. My name is Emily Bush. I am a certified planner. I've been practicing planning for the last 10 years. And this case was brought before me by the Osteen Preservation Society because of the questions really over the 70-30 land use split. In my experience, those entitlement requirements are really parcel specific. When you lay that over in an overlay, usually that's how that's done, you take stock of what properties are within the 70% residential and that 30% commercial. But if you allow these entitlements to change, then you're essentially changing the scope and the measure of that overlay and of those future land use of those properties. As Amanda stated, that changes the entitlements for these private owners, and then they don't know what they can develop, as they don't have a clear understanding of what is 70% residential and what is 30% commercial. In addition, I do want to comment, and I did not send this to you in my my feedback in my email, but the National Resources Management area provided very little documentation as to why that adjustment needed to be made. I consulted with St. John's Water Management District along with several conservation experts that have indicated that a 50-foot buffer is not necessary, does not actually protect the water and the percolation that's required for stormwater to naturally go back into our aquifer. Oftentimes what we find in that 50-foot buffer is that residents take it upon themselves to clear it so that they can see the water, and that actually does a disservice to the natural water filtration that is required within that 50-foot buffer. I've seen it time and time again in the communities that I've served in Orange and Seminole County, and I implore you that as a part of your flood management strategies that you are looking into, that you look into creating a larger buffer zone that would require a resident to not be able to, one, clear that land and hold those residents accountable and have more enforcement. And secondly, really look at what the requirement is for percolation into our Floridan aquifer. My property where I currently reside has a man-made canal that drains the southern Teresa Basin, and I am on Lake Bethel. In past hurricanes and even significant rain events, I've seen where the water lines have surpassed the drainage easement, and I am concerned that if we continue to develop without really concerted efforts to manage flood management and stormwater management, that we're going to continue to see exasperated results in other people's properties being taken by temporary uses of water management that was not necessarily deemed as appropriate for these private property owners. So I please thank you for requesting the tabling of this, and I look forward to being a part of the community visioning that will take place in the next month. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I know it's not protocol, but I want to, because of her expertise, I just want to put something, if I could, in her ear. And you don't have to answer this now. You don't have to answer this now unless you wish. But in the 70-30 commentary that you made, how would you find, assuming that your interpretation is correct, how would you solve the situation in some of these smaller parcels, right? Just go south of the lake. Sure. You have some smaller, really rectangular piece that might be independently owned by someone. If I've understood your interpretation right, that person that only owns that slither would have to put 30% commercial, which we know would never happen because it wouldn't be feasible. So I think, I'll just say this and then you can do whatever you want. I think that that's why I think this community meeting is probably good between all the parties to really clean up that vision and understand it, because I'm not an engineer or planner. I just don't see 7030 working on that parcel.
So there are something called a live-work unit, so where you would allow someone to operate a business and still live there. And I would imagine that that would meet the intent of the 70-30 split, which a lot of the residents in Osteen do operate businesses and live at those communities. When I've planned and managed mixed-use areas in the past, we did have a minimum acreage requirement for the mixed-use component. So we would say the property has to have a minimum of 2.5, 3 acres, 5 at the most, just depending on the size of the city and the community that you're working for. But there are certain stipulations that you can add in that provide that clarity to the residents to know what their private property rights are, and then allowing the live-work units to justify for those smaller parcels, because it's the intent in the mixed-use village, both in the future land use and, again, across the JPA and the zoning, that it's intended for a mixed-use purpose. And the staff, I asked the question to staff, where's the 30%? And they said it was the super Walmart across the street. Now, as a certified planner, I have never heard that a super Walmart meets the intent of a mixed-use village. And I'm really concerned that staff is considering that to be a part of a mixed-use village. And I would just hope and implore that our conversations with the community and the additional meetings that we will have will truly determine what that vision that the community wants. Both the city of Deltona want that commercial area, correct? So does Osteen, but they want something that works for both favors, and I think that additional entitlements, additional policy language can get us there very clearly.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Sue Burks, you have signed up for 5N6, so make it good.
Thank you for all of this. And I'm Sue Burks. I live in Cove Estates in Osteen, and I'm only going to refer to 5. First of all, I'd like to say I think everybody, you all on there are elected officials, and you all take an oath to uphold the laws of the county and the government and the state and all that stuff. So I just would like you to, when you do vote on this, when it does come to table, that you use your best judgment, and for the community all involved, for the residents, the habitats, and everything involved in this project, along with other ones as well. And I like to just say, why don't we just keep it all agricultural, and we'll save everybody a lot of time and effort and heartburn and everything else, because that's what I would like it to be. But I also would like to say that this is all in God's hands, and I hope that God does lay his hand on you, on every single one of you, and us, our community, that the right thing is done for everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Chavez.
Elizabeth Chavez, Deltona. So I was asked to come and speak. Sometimes I come to my city meetings as well to speak. I'm in Deltona, and everybody has said a lot of stuff. If I reiterate stuff, please forgive me, and it's my first time speaking here today, so just interrupt me and let me know, if I don't have to mention that. Well, I'm Puerto Rican and from New York. Just don't interrupt me. Just say, my name. But thank you for all you guys, what you do for the county, and how you are thinking about other lands that are to conserve them. So for me, in the university that they were talking about, they, excuse me, they also found snakes that are very unique and rare. And I don't know if they're venomous or not, but when you do this, you know that you're taking these animals out of their habitat. So how will you do that? So how will you successfully confine them? And if there is an anecdote for that, where is it, in Texas, and how soon can they get it to us if a child gets bitten, right? So lawful investment, excuse me, I'm a little bit nervous. Okay, so small scale comprehensive plan amendment of Osteen transitional residential to Osteen mixed use village, rezoning of OTR 1 to the OMV village Z24010. Goal is to support solution oriented culture. GPA regulations are being violated here. This is a reiteration. East of 415 near 8th Avenue. This is to increase, or I should say to decrease the density, because I'm only hearing higher density, so, or have low density reasonable development standards. So the workshops that you guys are talking about are great. So will you keep in mind, otherwise, that Austin local plan? Will you not rezone parcels within the GPA not to be rezoned, because then you're not taking away from the intent of the plan adopted in 2009, because it's documented as not allowable inside GPA? Does this dismantle the GPA by zoning parcel by parcel? Will this, if approved, not open the door to lawsuits by treating one parcel owner differently than another, ignoring conditions set by joint planning agreement and Austin local plan in 2008? You must be consistent with what was established, agreed upon in 2020, which I think they mentioned the month and of course, you know, all the animals that are in there. Are you interpreting correctly or incorrectly? And that's about it.
Thank you very much for your comments. Terry Louise, and you have signed up for 5 and 6, so.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm Terry Louise. I live off of Doyle Road, and I am on agricultural property. I am directly related to a lot of things that go on in Osteen, and part of the Osteen Preservation Society. So I have a lot of involvement. I look forward to, and thank you, Danny, for requesting us having a meeting for the community, because that's what it's going to take to get all of us involved. We appreciate it, and we appreciate what you gentlemen all do to help us alleviate some of the concerns that are going on in our community. I'm going to talk a little differently. I'm definitely concerned about school systems right now. If you look at the schools, Osteen Elementary was flooded for how many, 6 to 8 weeks, where we couldn't even get into it. My kids don't go there any longer, but it does still matter. I have a high school student that takes over an hour to go 3 miles to get to school, and there are students sitting on the floor of the bus in order to get to Pine Ridge High School. I have a Heritage Middle School student that is in a classroom that averages 40 students. He sits on one side of the room. The teacher has a second laboratory on the other side, and she goes in between the 2 rooms to teach between the 2 because there's students on both sides. Yes, it's not your English or your math class, but it's still a class where we have our students with over 40 students in a classroom. How is instruction really going well? Looking forward to seeing what the public school systems are looking at in increasing our numbers, because just shifting them to go over to Galaxy is not the way to fix it. Because we have kids that used to go to Osteen that are now going to Galaxy instead of Heritage, which is much farther away than the Heritage school system. My other concern is ingress and egress to this property. The only direction that you're able to go is to the north on 415, and you cannot go south, nor can you turn U-turn at Howland in order to go south. So how are we going to deal with the approximately 500 additional trips per day and allow for that situation? The amount of infrastructure road-wise we need to work on in our area, whether you consider it Doyle Road, Enterprise Osteen, 415, Reed Ellis, all of us are having issues already. The accidents that we're having are deadly at this point. The speeds that we're seeing on Doyle Road are excessive, and we're asking for help, and you guys can help do that as well. My other concern is light pollution. I bought where I bought because I could see the stars. I can't see our stars very well anymore. So if there are some sort of zoning ordinances that we can help along the way, we might look at, I have a little more time, right? Just a minute. If we look at Flagstaff, Arizona for light ordinances, it would be amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That wasn't too bad. You only took 10 seconds of item 6. So, Louise Ham.
Hi, I'm Louise Hom. I live at 240 Smith Road in Osteen. I'm going to go ahead and read what I had sent in my letter. Good morning to everyone here. I'm coming basically from just the homeowner's point of view. You're going to hear a lot of all the JPA and all the specifics, but I just wanted you to understand where I'm coming from. My husband and I moved to Osteen nearly 8 years ago to get away from all the developments that were going on in the Goldenrod, Seminole County area. Now a developer wants to put 80 townhomes within 8 miles from where we currently live. We are opposed to this project unless the developer follows the JPA regulations and Osteen local plan. Traffic is already a problem on 415 when attempting to turn either north or south from Maytown Osteen Road into Bell Road where it comes out. Along with increasing traffic, there's sure to be impacts to the local schools. Every development added also leads to more misplaced or even killed wildlife. Seeing the wildlife out here is another reason we chose to live in Osteen. What about the wetland areas within the subject property? Will the existing native soils be replaced with non-native soils that have been proven not to percolate rainwater properly? This would lead to even more floodwater runoff to bordering properties. Building at a higher elevation is also proven to cause flooding issues on bordering properties at lower elevations. The proposed driveway will be located almost across from the side entrance driveway to Walmart. How will the traffic be handled in that area? What about safety issues with the higher traffic traveling in that area? There's lots of speeding and there's U-turns that will need to be done. Allowing the zoning change would set a precedent, making it easier for others to follow, therefore going against the original intent of the JPA regulations. I'm sure many of you have been sent a list of those regulations based on the JPA agreement. Please take time to familiarize yourself with the JPA and its original intent. Travel to Seminole or Orange County and ask yourself if you really want Volusia to become the same traffic and overdevelopment nightmare. We are really going to leave the same to our future generation? Is Volusia County not worth taking a second look or two to make sure these decisions are made for the betterment of all the residents and not just changing existing rules and regulations to appease a developer? We don't need development sprawl everywhere in Volusia County, especially not in our Osteen sensitive land areas. My husband and I are not against all development, but it should be done with respect and regulations that are in place. The development of the property should follow the original JPA agreement that was put in place. Please don't be so quick to change these agreements and go against the will of most of the people you serve. Please don't be swayed by other board members just because you don't want to go against the group. I've been on a board before and I've seen this happen way too often. Do the right thing, listen to what the people are saying. They are pleading for you to listen to them. We have families that live here, and what you decide can have an effect on our lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Amanda Bryant, you are signed up for both items, so in fairness with what's happened, you have 3 minutes and 5 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Well, as a resident of Osteen, I'm requesting that the townhomes be denied. The zoning change needed to make the townhomes happen to the parcels inside JPA Osteen area goes against JPA regulations and the plan adopted in 2008 or 9. I don't know the exact date. Similar request was denied in 2020, as Tina mentioned, down in another council meeting, 5-2. We are very concerned with the increases of flooding the townhomes will cause, as they will need a 9-foot grade increase, which has not been brought up today. We have seen the irresponsible development down Doyle when Deltona was able to annex the area. The city of Deltona does not respect or recognize natural watersheds and being vital to Florida's natural ecosystem, and has let developers build without responsibility. This type of building has led to roads becoming lakes in front of Osteen Elementary, dangerous sinkholes throughout the city and surrounding areas. The majority of the water runoff goes to Osteen and leaving lakes in the middle of Maytown. Sorry. Someone else can have minutes. I'm getting upset.
We understand this is your home. Debbie Mulligan.
Good morning.
morning. Debbie Mulligan. I'm a resident of Osteen as well, fairly new, about 4 years. I love Osteen. I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for tabling this and putting in for the meetings, because it's so necessary. I'm still learning about the JPA, so I can't stand here and tell you I know everything about what's supposed to be and how it's supposed to be done. But I do know that by changing it, you're opening a precedent that I don't think we want to go. I don't think anyone wants to go down. I just think that if we do it the right way and we have the community leaders and we all say what we need to say and feel heard, I feel like it'll work. And pulling back to what the first people were talking about the flooding in Volusia County, I moved from Seminole County and I've never seen flooding like this. The 2 hurricanes, my home was safe, but my property was completely underwater, so it was new to me. And I just think about those poor people in Orange City that are going through this and these developments and pushing them through and pushing past the boundaries of what people who study this stuff allow, I think is causing this. And I just thank you guys for your time, and I look forward to the workshops.
Thank you for your comments. Heather Osteen. And I checked to see if you were just writing Heather from Osteen, but it's actually Heather Osteen from Pell. Are you
related to Osteen?
the namesake of the city? No?
No.
Okay.
Hi. So I am Heather Osteen from Pell Road in Osteen, and I just wanted to come and really go over a few things. I moved to Osteen back in 2019. I built a home on a compound with my parents and my sister, and we have seen nothing but flooding since the last few hurricanes. My mom is in a wheelchair. If we continue to build and develop these communities and not be smart about this, it's only going to continue going down a rabbit hole. So we really need to make sure that we are being smart about this. I'm not saying don't develop. I'm just saying let's be smart about developing. Okay, we really want to make sure that our communities aren't overcrowded, because we're seeing a lot of that lately. We're seeing a lot of crime with more people coming into Volusia County. And I think that that's important to also research and really determine, do we have the manpower to be able to allow these communities to open to further residents of Volusia County? So I just ask that you guys please research and please understand that we are here to help, but we also want to make sure that we are doing what's right for our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lester Wire.
Before, so.
It's okay.
Okay. I'm Lester Water. My wife and I live in Osteen. We access property off of 8th Avenue, off of South 415, north and south. We're adjacent to the proposed site. As presented to you is a no-brainer, small adjustment. In fact, is a complete deviation of the intended JPA and present zoning established to prevent this very thing. High-density housing, call it what it is. The fact is, presently adjacent homeowners are each on multiple acreage land complying to the existing rules in place. The fact also is that JPA and zoning exists would accommodate 23 residential homes. This is nowhere near the 101 dwellings presented to you, and their insinuation that that's 3 units less than presently allowed. The graciously generosity of 80 residential dwellings surely represents creative math. 10,000 square feet requirements compared to 2,000 square feet requirements is high density. In their presentation, they would have you believe that the environmental encroachment is nothing more than a mapping error. I suggest you actually prove this is a mapping error with environmental consultants with no ties to Deltona, Osteen, or the development contractors. Addressing the traffic concern, first, I personally request question the safety of 80 dwellings, potentially 160 people on a 1,400-foot, two-lane, dead-end road with no alternative exits. All traffic must turn right north onto the extremely busy South Road, State Road 415. This seems like an entrapment situation if there was an evacuation emergency, such as a large fire. I also suggest that you actually look at the traffic report. I live here. The traffic is already a huge delay in the PM and AM rush hour. You can easily have 10-minute wait to cross the northbound traffic lanes to reach the east side of 415. I also suggest that you question the predictions of that adding 170 daily trips, 15 PM trips, so a potential 160 residents, they're predicting that 15 are coming home at night from work. That's kind of ridiculous. I have not seen any traffic counters for the last 5 years on State Road 15 from Doyle Road to Hollow Boulevard. So how are the traffic engineers making these assessments? In conclusion, they are insinuating a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment for transitional residential to future land designations requiring zoning changes, deviations from the established JPA, annexing into Deltona, accessing required utilities with no idea about reclaimed water. Anyway,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. And the last speaker is Suzanne Schreiber, who is not from Osteen.
Suzanne Schreiber, representing Dream Green Volusia. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm from Ormond Beach. Reading the agenda packet, there was no discussion on stormwater. And my question was going to be, did anyone else notice that? But apparently Councilman Robbins did and brought it up today. So Osteen suffers from wide-scale flooding. The vice chair of the Planning Land Development Regulation Commission asked if the development was going to be served by Deltona for all utilities such as water, sewer, and reclaimed water, and Mr. Watts answered yes. And the vice chair of the PODRC asked if the utilities were available or would they be coming to the site in the future, and Mr. Watts answered that he didn't know about reclaimed water. Okay. The disconnect for discussion of stormwater and flooding is obvious in PODRC meetings. Stormwater is considered a utility on the Volusia County website, and I do understand this is a pre-app meeting, but knowing that Volusia County has flooding to the extent that we do, there must be discussions on stormwater storage in planning, zoning, and future land use. They just told you their elementary school was flooded out. Please do not let this lack of communication continue in PODRC while approving new development in Volusia County. It becomes apparent why we are flooding when the Regulatory Commission voting does not discuss stormwater storage, stormwater utilities, and flooding in the area. Is the wetland that was brought up in the agenda packet supposed to be used for stormwater storage? It's a legitimate question because no one discussed it. Regardless of the stormwater discussion being the responsibility of Volusia County or the city of Deltona or any other city, keep in mind that water knows no boundaries. Please add this to the future considerations in the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. Property owner rights include utility responsibilities, and this includes stormwater management in future land use and zoning. So please start discussing it. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes the public comments on item 5 and potentially item 6. We do have a motion on the floor to table this. It would come back to council on May 20th, but on April 9th, we would have a workshop in Osteen with the residents and potentially the council, whoever cares to attend. I think you said it was open to all of the public. Yes. Is there any discussion from council? Yes, sir. I'll just say this. I think I would prefer that we just vote this outright this morning because I think it is so far out of the bounds of what what the people of Osteen wanted in the JPA and the Osteen local plan. They moved there thinking that they had protection from this. But I think this, Mr. Robbins, it's a very reasonable compromise to do the workshop and try and work through some of those details. They would like to see both these documents strengthened so it's more clear in the future. So if there's no other comments, all in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion is tabled for now. And I'll just,
Can we take a lunch break?
yes, we can. Before we take a quick break, I want to thank all the people that come in to speak. You were reserved, you were well-researched and educated, and it's a pleasure to hear from the public when you come to defend your home, and I thank you for coming.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify that,
Okay?
the
Before
motion
you
to table
clap.
applies both to items 5 and 6.
That's correct. He clarified it. Yeah, it's on record.
Mr. Chairman, since you made some commentary there at the end, I just want to add to that.
Okay.
Echoing your statement. And it's always a pleasure up here to hear folks come fact-based as much as possible. Our job often deals with emotional, which you could see the emotion in there also. And I hope as we go through this process, the members that are speaking for or against this understand the process and understand our roles in the process and your roles in the process. And that can oftentimes avoid a lot of heartburn for people. And the process always doesn't get us what we individually want sometimes. But there is a process, and I think we will, along with the chair and others, will apply that process equally to everyone to come to a good solution as much as possible. So thank you for your involvement.
Okay, well done. And thank you, Mark. Apparently, we'll see you again. That takes care of item 5 and item 6. And before item 7, we've had a request for a break. The rest of the council? Oh, wow. Okay, it's 11:38, and we will break until 12:15.
Sorry. Have you read New Smyrna's new ordinance?
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
not have any objections to this. Okay, it's 12:20. We will call the Volusia County Council March 4th meeting back to order. And we are on item 7, which is a quasi-judicial hearing. Does any council member have any ex parte to declare? Okay. I don't see any heads nodding.
All right.
So, if you want to proceed, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Again, Carol McFarlane, Planning and Development Services Director. This is a reinstatement of a business plan unit development application in the Oak Hill area. I do need to apologize that there's a transposition on the council agenda item. It says 1,200 square feet of non-commercial space. I apologize, it should be 12,000. There was a number transposed as it went from PLDRC to the council, so I apologize for that. So we did, on these location maps, I don't think you've seen this one, kind of zoomed out a little bit so you can see better where the property is south of Oak Hill. And it has the BPUD zoning on the west side. It's most of the property is in the resource corridor, which of course is environmentally sensitive lands. So this is the preliminary plan. It was approved in 2008. This is just a reinstatement of the development agreement. There are 2 buildings. I know it's very, very faded, but again, we're trying to make this as easy for the applicant as we possibly could. So this is 2 buildings, 8,000 square foot non-residential, 2,000 square feet for a restaurant. They're looking at 20-foot landscape buffers, 2 driveway access aisles, and no development in the resource corridor area. So we're only talking about 3.13 acres of the whole parcel. There is no public participation at the PLDRC meeting, and PLDRC recommended approval unanimously, and that is staff's recommendation as well. Thank you.
Okay, questions for staff? David Santiago.
No questions, just motion, Mr. Chair. What kind of restaurant?
That was going to be my question.
Oh, sorry.
It's not going to be a Stuckey's, is it?
You don't have to answer.
Does he know at this point?
We don't know. It was formerly a Stuckey's at that site. And that was the old Stuckey's right there for years and years. And so that's why it seemed like a good location for something. But no, we're not really sure what it's going to be at this point. Joe actually bought this for his retirement. He's not quite there for his retirement yet. As you know, he's working on the Riverfront Esplanade in Daytona Beach. But he does hope to use this for his retirement. And he just unfortunately did not re-up it before it expired. So
still be a restaurant, just unknown variety yet, which is, I think, needed in that area.
it will be what you're seeing with the space industry coming up into this area, and you are seeing a real change. And so you will need a restaurant in that area.
One other question, probably you can answer it, Glenn. From reading the package, I don't know what page the picture was on, but it looks like most of the property is going to have a conservation easement.
That's correct.
So all of the resource corridor?
Yeah, the only thing
That's
is
huge.
Is larger. Most of this is conservation easement area. It will have the ability to have walkways on it, because that'll be nice for the people who are at the restaurant or whatever to be able to walk out and see our nature. I mean, this is really a special part of Volusia County. And as you can imagine, that road goes right to the Space Center. So that's why it's so important.
Right, thank you. Councilman Robbins.
I was going to make a motion to approve.
Okay. Councilman Robbins makes a motion to approve as presented, and the second is by David Santiago. Any other debate, questions? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
So I hope I get the award for the easiest decision today.
I hope we get the award for the
Right.
easiest, fastest response.
Thank you much, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Yarbrough. Item 8, appointments to the Agribusiness Interrelations Committee. And Carissa, would you walk us through this?
Absolutely. The terms are expiring for this board March 31st, and so we need the whole board reappointed. Each council member does get to make a nomination, and the county chair and at-large member get to make 2. The elector does not have to live within the specified district.
Okay. And do you want to, are we going to run down through the list that you have today?
For this item, there's no particular nomination order that is required like the advertising authority, so you can make the nominations however you wish.
Okay, I see my board's already lighting up because everybody wants to make their appointment before the other person does.
I think I'm first in the
Councilman
rotation.
Santiago, you were first.
Mr. Bernie LaFeece, reappoint if he's interested.
Bernie LaFeiste. I'm going to ask for a second on these when we get them all done. Jake Johansson?
Yes, I'll reappoint Linton Fiddler. I take it I'm only doing one at a time right now.
And it was Linton Fiddler. All right, Councilman Reinhardt.
Stephen Crump.
My list is dwindling. Okay, where are we? Councilman Robbins?
Dallas Hull.
Is it Hall or Hull? Thank you. Councilman Dempsey? Okay, Councilman Kent?
Thank you, Chairman. Colin Gordon.
Colin Gordon, and Jake, your name was still up, but that's for your second bite?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, and David Santiago?
I got a second bite?
No, but your name was still there. And Danny Robbins, so I'm going to pass both of those. And I will, for my first, I will do David Griffiths. And Don, are you ready yet? Sure. Okay. John Hobblick. Okay, and that is everybody. Is there a second on those nominations?
Mr. Brower and Mr. Johansson, I didn't catch if you guys picked a second one or not.
We didn't.
I'm ready.
You want to do that as a okay, we can do it all together. Then Jake Johansson, who's your second?
Heidi Hales Walker.
Okay. And for my second, somebody already took Linton. I did Davis. Was
your options are Shannon Stewart,
and David
Amanda Perry, or David Lannon.
Shannon Stewart. Now can I get a second for everyone? Matt Reinhardt makes a second for these 9 nominations. Any questions? Jake, your name is, did you have a question or a comment? No. Okay.
Sir, for the record, who was the maker of the motion?
I think it was me because I started it.
Yeah.
Can I also repeat them back into the record?
You can.
Mr. Dempsey nominated John Hoblick. Mr. Santiago nominated Bernie LaFeece. Mr. Brower, for your first appointment, you nominated David Griffiths. Mr. Reinhardt nominated Stephen Crump. Mr. Brower, for your second nomination, you nominated Shannon Stewart. Mr. Robbins nominated Dallas Hull. Mr. Kent nominated Colin Gordon. Mr. Johansson's second nomination was Heidi Hales Walker, and his first nomination was Linton Fiddler.
That's what I have.
Okay.
Okay. And we have the second by Matt Reinhardt. All in favor of these nominees, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? And the nominees are approved 7-0. And that takes us to item 9, appointments to the Children and Families Advisory Board. And this can be done by any member?
Yes, they need to be within that council member's district, and the at-large and the chair each get one from the east side of the county and the west side of the county. There are 3 applicants that are on here that if someone does want to nominate them, they would need to make a motion to exempt them from a potential conflict of doing business. They do receive funding from the county, so we would need to have a motion and second and a vote before they are also nominated to the board.
Right, as Crystal mentioned, so there's because they're on an advisory board, you can exempt them from doing business. You just have to, they've disclosed it, so if you want to put them on the board, you would just make a motion to grant that waiver, and then you could nominate them to the board.
Okay. Looks like Councilman Vice Chair Reinhardt was up first.
Mary Bruno.
And I'm going to put you down for making the motion
Yes, sir.
for all these as well. Where's her name? Mary Bruno.
District 2.
Okay, Troy Kent.
Yes, District 4, Merrick Brunker.
Wasn't he a school board candidate?
He was.
I liked him. Don Dempsey.
Can I register?
Dempsey nominates Jana Register.
Mr. That is one of the individuals that would need that exemption prior to this. So if you would
Jana does?
Yes.
Huh.
She's with the Seaville Village Improvement Association, and she receives funding through the Community Resource Center improvements at the Seaville Community Resource Center.
Okay, so in order to nominate her first, Mr. Dempsey would have to ask for
An exemption.
that means she can still receive?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to do that?
I move for an exemption.
Okay, Don Dempsey moves for an exemption
I'll
for
second it for Don.
Jana Register, second by Troy Kent. Does council have any questions? All in favor of that exemption, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And she is exempted 7-0 and therefore placed as a nominee. Okay, and next is me, and I will do Joseph Hearn for my west side. And Councilman Robbins.
Am I not on your list, sir?
Go ahead,
I'm
Jake.
sorry, you are. I went right over you. Were you going to take Joe Hearn?
No, no.
Okay, Jake Johansson.
Jose Gore. Jose.
Jose G. I'm looking for it.
District 2.
Oh, G-O-I-R-E.
That's my east side guy.
Okay. And Councilman Robbins?
Can I do Charles Puckett?
Again, Charles Puckett. And Councilman Santiago.
I don't think I have any available to me. Right?
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll nominate Troy Kent.
Thank you, Dave.
Since it's his birthday?
Thank you, David. I appreciate that.
Okay, and I had a west side, for east side, you guys left me some good people. You took Merrick. Back here, east side, I'm gonna do Charles Moskowitz. And Jake, you have one more?
I do. Hold on, I had it. Levi J. Witten Connolly.
Okay, Levi Connolly. And that is 8 nominations. May I get a second on this slate of nominations?
Second, Johansson.
Dick Johansson makes the second. Any comment, questions? All in favor say aye of these.
Aye.
If I can just repeat these to make sure I got them all correct as well. Mr. Brower, for your West Side nomination, you nominated Joseph Hearn. Mr. Dempsey, you nominated Miss Jana Register as well. She got that exemption. Mr. Johansson, for your West Side nomination, you nominated Levi Witten Connolly. Mr. Reinhardt, you nominated Mary Bruno. Mr. Brower, for your East Side, you nominated Charles Moskowitz. Mr. Johansson, for your East Side nomination, you nominated Jose Gior. Mr. Robbins, you nominated Charles Puckett, and Mr. Kent nominated Merrick Brunker, and Mr. Santiago is going to get me a couple applicants for his.
Everybody agree? Okay. Then all in favor of these nominees, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And they're still approved 7-0. Okay. Item 10, one Volusia County consumer appointment to the Health Planning Council of Northeast Florida.
Correct. Any council member can make this nomination.
How many nominees do you need?
Just one.
One.
I would, oh, Matt Reinhardt, I'm sorry. Didn't see your name. You were up, so.
Sarah, and I'm gonna, is that Buddy?
Sounds good.
Budde?
Second, Johansson.
Matt nominates Sarah Buddy, seconded by Jake Johansson. And we only needed one.
Correct.
Any questions about the applicant? All in favor of this nominee, please say aye.
Aye.
Or any opposed? And she is approved 7-0. And that takes us to item 11, the appointment of 3 members to the Personnel Board.
Correct. There's 3 current vacant terms. They all have 3 different expiration dates. So if you're nominating somebody, can you please specify what term expiration? All of them are December 31st. One would be of 2025, one would be of 2027, and one would be of 2029 because they are for the remaining terms of those vacated seats. Any council member may make these nominations.
Okay, looks like Jake Johansson was first.
Yes, sir, I'd like to nominate John Gamble for the last one period ending, expiring on December 31st, 2029.
And the second for John Gamble is by David Santiago. Matt Reinhardt.
Kimberly McKinney. for 2027.
Where are the dates? Okay, and I will nominate Arthur Byrne for,
The 2025.
that's what's left. Okay, and Matt, what was the ending date for Kimber?
2027.
2027.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and David Santiago, your second applies to all three nominees. Any questions? All in favor of these nominees, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? And it's 7-0. Did you need to go through them again? You got all three of those?
Again, Mr. Johansson nominated John Gamble for the 2029 term. Mr. Brower nominated Arthur Byrnes for the 2025 term. Mr. Reinhardt nominated Kimberly McKinney for the 2027 term.
Correct. And that takes us to item 12, the at-large West Side appointment to the Volusia Forever Advisory Board.
Pretty obvious here, sir. I'll nominate Wanda Van Dam. She's an incumbent, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
I think so.
Yep.
Jake Johansson nominates Wanda Van Dam. Is there a second? Second by Danny Robbins. Any questions on the nominee? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? And she is confirmed 7-0. And that takes care of our numbered items. And we move to, where's John Nicholson? We move, it is. That takes us to public participation. We have one member of the public who would like to speak, Michelle Utter.
I know all of you have missed me, and I thought I'd bless you with my presence today. Just to update, you know that I have a Pfizer vaccine injury, and I have been getting worse. I am now on a cancer protocol. There is no cure for me. If you saw the Yale study, you would have seen that they found out that after getting the last injection that you still produce spike after 700 days. It didn't take a Yale study for me to know in continuous labs inside the US and outside of the US, I'm still producing spike after 1,506 days. My treatment is still $15,000 worth of infusions each month besides $2,000 of medication. I need to go overseas so I can get treatment that is at least $25,000 that would help me prolong some of my life. And because of my financial situation, waiting to go in front of a hearing for my disability, which thanks to Corey Mills, he helped expedite that. I have been sitting here, I can't afford going out of state to pay $4,000 for treatment. That would also help me until I get to my destination in Germany. Even though that I've spoke on Governor DeSantis' roundtable and spoken to Latipo, we are continuously being abandoned by our city, our county, our government. It is not right. I am only one out of many, and there's many in the U.S. We have reached out and asked for help, but all that is offered to us is go and try to get Medicaid, which someone in my situation, Medicaid will not pay for medications, and because I don't have children, I will not receive it, as well as disabilities, we're having a hard time doing that. And then you want me to be put on EBT or apply for any kind of government assistance and get rental assistance. That's only one time per calendar year. That's all my city and county, and that's all my government is offering me. My government has given me a gene therapy, which I am MTHFR modified. I have all the information that shows the documentations that Pfizer has modified me, and it is killing me. Not just me, but many others. And when I speak out and ask for help, that's all that I'm asking, not just for me, for many others. Like, what happened to the slush fund, the COVID-19 slush fund? What's going on with that to promote the COVID-19 vaccine? I'm appalled that I sit here and I have asked for help, and everyone has their hands in crimes against humanity and watching me die. You had this encephalitis thing last time that I was here. I'm going to talk over. National Encephalitis Day. Are you going to put me on the agenda for a National Vaccine Injury Day? Because somebody's going to have to remember me. Because so help me God, I'm going to speak until I have no breath left. There will be rallies and they will be protests. I am Florida's worst hurricane right now.
Hold on 1 second. Let me ask a question. Jake, did you have a question or statement for Michelle?
I did, but I'm not gonna, I'm gonna talk to staff later.
Yeah, I'm familiar with your case. You are terminal. Correct?
I'm going to be having my next blood I've been going 18 tubes of blood, and I'm on a cancer protocol now. So at least right now I have another appointment. I have no idea right now.
What?
I have 2 doctors crying over me right now.
What specifically are you asking the county council to do?
One, I'm here to use up your time so I can spread awareness.
Okay.
But not only, there's got to be some kind of funding. There's got to be something, because I'm not the only one in Volusia County. There's got to be some kind of funding to help us, because you know what? I just used my last bit of rent. I have no place to go after this. I'm not begging for money. I have never asked anybody for anything in my life. But all I'm asking is, before I die, I want to see my grandkids, and I want to be alive long enough to see it, and I want to be alive to save future generations. If this happened to any one of your family members, wouldn't you fight like I am? And also, if this happens, I know what doctors, I know what treatments, I know what blood tests, what will be done, because it's not going to be done in Volusia County. I have to go out of Volusia County to be seen. Nobody in my area. I had to go out of state, and I was so sick it took me days to get home because I couldn't drive home. Or I have to go overseas. If any of this happens to your family members, you guys will be coming to me and saying, where do I go to save your family's life? And then I have to play God, and because I know biblically that I need to help you. But nobody in this county, if your family is in this mess, you are not going to know where to go, and you're going to come to turn to me. And so help me God, I'll do the biblical thing and help you. But I need help now. Is there any money that is going to help people like me that aren't going to be thrown out on the streets to die?
Okay, Michelle, let's do this. I think Jake is going to do the same thing. We will get with the county attorneys, county manager, and look at various funding from opioids, from whatever, and see what's available, what we can do.
I'm not asking for opioids.
You're asking for money. I'm looking for anywhere it might be. And so
I have done this without pain medications because I didn't want to be addicted to anything.
Right.
I have to meditate, and there's a lot of things that I have to do.
Well, I'm not suggesting you take opioids.
I know you're not. I just wanted to make that clear.
I'm just letting you know we will, and I think I can probably speak for this council. Our heart breaks for we've heard your message. I've met with you in person. I know you. I know you're not, this is not some sham that you're pulling. We hear what you're saying, so give us a chance to get with senior county staff and just see what we can do, and I will contact you.
And I hope to God that you think one day to put on the agenda to have National Vaccine Awareness Day, because you know what? There's so many people that are suffering and they need help. And I'm not just fighting for myself. I'm going to be fighting for everyone who is suffering, lost a loved one, or the ones that I take phone calls in the middle of the night that can't take this pain anymore and want to commit suicide. Because you know what? I have been there. I have prayed to God that I don't wake up in the morning because I don't want to live through this. But I just need you guys to understand I'm not here to be a pain in the... We need help. And there's more people.
We hear you.
Not once did I ever think that I would have to go downhill. I thought that my health would just, I could just go through this. I did not imagine ever that I would be getting worse.
Okay, let us go to work on this. We won't drop it.
Thank you. I'm just tired of being ignored by my city, my state, and my own government. Thank you.
And that is the end of public comments. We'll close that for today. And that takes us to county manager's comments.
Yes, sir. One item I have here is this went out also as a press release, reminding everybody about our sand dredging project with our U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The Army Corps is to begin delivering temporary dredge pipeline here in the next few days, probably around March 10th. Of course, remember, this is going to facilitate moving about 900,000 cubic yards from Ponce Inlet, with the goal of taking this cleaner in our channels, and the dredge material will go up and be used as part of our project to the north, where we will begin rebuilding the dune repair project. To accommodate the installation, there's going to be some access point adjustments on the beach beginning this week. County contractors are beginning to modify existing boardwalk near the Lighthouse Point Park, and we'll have temporary pedestrian detour signage. And when the actual big pipelines come in, Beach Street vehicle access ramp will be closed for about 5 days while we move, the Army Corps moves in that big equipment and pipe. So just letting everybody know that they're getting ready to go, and it will be a major project as it goes. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Deputy County Attorney.
No comments, thank you, sir.
Okay, County Council, Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. A couple quick things. Council, I appreciate your support earlier today with the shipping container ordinance. I know there was a lot that goes into that, but I have one more ask. If we can, or what's your appetite if we can direct our staff to reach out to Mr. Bartlett through a hopefully unanimous letter, just requesting or expressing to explore supporting the creation of an exemption to exempt sheds and shipping containers, exempt them from any taxation, because you'll see in our ordinance, unlike any other accessory dwellings, we're prohibiting electric and stuff that prohibits them from being pretty much the next level. Is council?
Second. I like it. So it's for a discussion, right? To see if we can do something.
See if we can collectively work together to align our agendas.
On the council?
The council with Mr. Bartlett, to send Mr. Bartlett a letter with what we did.
I would be a hard second on that, to with Mr. Santiago, is there anyone who would not like to be on that letter? Good. I think it would be good to be, I think these are part of the goals that the council has
Absolutely.
set, to reduce tax burden and paperwork.
Just makes sense.
Okay.
Um,
So you're making that as a motion?
How would you like, Chair?
Why don't we
could
do
it as a
that
motion.
and set it in place for a joint letter to exempt sheds and shipping containers from taxation? Was there something else?
No, but I would word it or present this in a manner, because this is really his, I don't want to make a demand when we're not in the driver's seat, but I want to make an appeal to him, I guess.
Do you want to write the letter?
No.
Are you asking staff to
Staff,
write the letter?
if we can
Okay.
direct staff to do it.
Okay. Do I have a second for that motion?
Thank David.
David Santiago did?
Yes, sir.
What?
Yes, I like what you said.
When are you going to pay us all the $500?
Oh, yeah. Move to adjourn.
Okay. Santiago seconds Mr. Robbins' motion. Any questions on it? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that passes 7-0.
So just from a process standpoint, do you want the letter to come back, or do you want us, like last time, to write the letter and send it on your behalf? But
I know you guys are going to bring the final product back. If we could, we have time, right? I think
do you want to see the letter before it goes, sir? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
that's perfect.
With the item that comes back in May?
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys, for that. Also, to council, a few weeks ago, we approved funding for the First Step Shelter, and had a discussion with staff. Staff is currently crafting a contract for that. Is that still the case, George?
Yes, yes, sir.
One clause, I didn't think of that at the time, but one clause I would like to see council, and I know we've all kind of said it before, but I want to make sure we add it to this contract, is supporting, adding the language where these funds cannot be used for executive salaries, no upper echelon, that they go to pretty much the line workers and that have direct contact with the person seeking service in those homeless shelters. You know, we saw some stuff in the paper, but I want to make sure that if we're using tax dollars, that they're going to the people getting service and not the will of another board or an executive salary like we see time and time again. I'd like to have them add that language in there. Is that something you guys would be willing to?
Yeah, we've got two people that want to discuss it. I'd love to see that happen. We'd have to hear from legal if that's possible. Jake Johansson.
I love the idea. However, with a nonprofit or anybody receiving funds from multiple places, okay, so the green dollar that the county gives First Step Shelter won't go into the executive director's hands. It'll go to the people, and then the dollar that's given by some other means ends up in the executive director's hands anyhow. So you're just playing some smoke and mirror, and money's flying around all willy-nilly for no reason. So it's nice to say, hard to accomplish because of the multiple sources of revenue they get. I think you just do a shot across the bow to the board that that our contract is contingent upon good stewardship of money. So don't abuse the privilege or something of that nature. I just don't know how you regulate how our money is spent once it gets there. In this particular case, if we were the sole contributor, then it would be easy. But it's just, it would be easy for the board to say, we didn't use your money for that, and give her a raise anyhow. So, I don't know how to crack that nut, and other than what we just did, which was to say it and be done with it, which doesn't really do anything. Thank you.
Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I had 2 items that I was going to bring up tonight and at closing comments, and now I only have 1 because Councilman Robbins brought this up. Thank you. I was on the losing end of this vote, so one of my comments was going to be, hey, if anybody on the winning side, because I'm not allowed to, wanted to bring this up for reconsideration, I would happily second, because I can second the motion, I just can't bring it up. I would happily second a reconsideration because, Mr. Robbins, I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Johansson. We can say it publicly, but my belief is that this nonprofit will say, yeah, we as they're shaking their head, we won't give any of this to the executive director. When I read that in 2021, the executive director's salary was, I think, around $60,000, and now they're looking at a pay raise, and she's currently at $130,000. It's more than doubled. And, you know, then when I'm reading where prior councils were saying this is a one-time give from the county of Volusia, and it's not. It's going to become in perpetuity. It's just going to happen. And I said here that night, unless every city, and I don't mean just the east side, I mean every single city gave the same percentage amount, then I'm out. Either everybody participates the same percentage amount dependent upon their budgets, or they don't. So if anybody wanted to reconsider, I would second the motion. I'm saying reconsider us giving them any money.
Reconsider the 3-2-2
Yes.
plan?
Absolutely. If anybody that was on the winning side wanted to make that motion, and we could bring it, we don't have to do it tonight. We could bring it back and, you know, let them fill up the chambers again. But I'm with you, Councilman Robbins. When I saw that 60,000 in 2021 to over 130,000, and they're talking about another raise, like, I can tell you my constituent group, and I would be willing to say your constituent group, isn't okay with that type of radical increase. Thanks.
Chair, may I say something?
Yes, certainly. Councilman Robbins.
Mr. Ken, I don't know if I can meet you there on bringing it back up, but do you think we could, and Mr. Johansson as well, do you think by adding that into the contract that the other major contributor like Daytona, that they would also possibly follow suit, or is there something?
I don't know. And the reason I say that is
On adding that
I'm not as close with the Daytona Commission, and their mayor, I believe, is the chairman of that board. So I'm hesitant on where they're going to go with that, which is why I like the idea of, and if my memory was right, this council and Daytona are given the same amount. We're a step down. We're going to do a step down over the years, but it's like 400,000, and that's what Daytona is giving as well, which is why I thought, you know, we could make a very large statement today and say, we're bringing this back up for reconsideration because of, and not only that, like, you know, Ann Ruby, who I don't know real well, but she just sent us a very well-written email with like 15 different items of concerns, and she's all for this, but her concerns, I think they hit home with me when I read them. Even if we brought it up for reconsideration, it doesn't mean we wouldn't, you know, give them what you all, the majority agreed here to give them. But Councilman Robbins, I was so pleased that you brought this up because, like I said, it was one of my 2 items to bring up today because I can't bring it up for reconsideration. But, you know, I should have maybe played chess a little better that day and voted yes at the last second. Thanks.
Okay.
I'll think about this, guys, let me let it marinate for a little bit, see if I can reach out to Daytona and see how they can craft. The whole point behind this, I don't agree with some of these nonprofits getting that kind of raises. And I don't know if I'd be able to change my mind altogether I was kind of looking at more protections, and I know it's and Mr. Johansson's absolutely right. They can play a shell game and just take it from somewhere else, but maybe because we brought it up, it'll open up the door for discussion. Let me let this marinate for a little bit and see what I can come up with. And then lastly, just a quick update, Chair and Council attended the Silver Glen meeting with the FWC board in Astor about a week and a half ago. Let me tell you something. It was well attended. The whole city was there, and there was about 8 people opposed to it that weren't even from the city. They responded, and I see a little bit of a trend going on. They responded from Orlando. Some of them didn't even own boats. They were there just responding to a call to action. And the overwhelming majority of that community, it was actually really neat to see, but they know how bad it's going to hurt Astor. Don was there in Northwest Volusia. I appreciate you guys allowing me the leeway to represent us up there. I sent that information, our letter, over to Senator Leak. I believe, don't quote me on this, but just from our conversation, I believe they're sending a letter to FWC as well. But I would like to see what you guys thought. And what I gathered, Don, from that meeting is that the U.S. Forestry Service was a big player in pushing this as well. And there's several reasons for them to do that. But with that being said, do we have a federal lobbyist, county manager, that can take our letter that we sent to FWC and also get it to our, I'd like to get it to Randy Fine.
Yep.
I'd like to get it to Corey Mills to get them on board, to see if we can halt this thing, because the next meeting, or the final meeting, if this stays or goes, for that town is May 21st and May 22nd in Ocala. If I get the times here shortly, they haven't updated, I'll definitely provide them, but I'm going to be attending those meetings. So if we can get that, and then also too, I was talking to Paulo. Is Paulo still here?
He's here.
So, Council, in the event that FWC, this agency, passes this, we have a short window to fight it. So when we wrote our letter in, Lake County followed us, and Marion. They're all on board. And it's great to see that unity. So what we're trying to do now is plan for the worst. So say FWC adopts this new regulation. We have a small window. Would it behoove us, Council, to have the county attorney get our ducks in a row with our objection to that on the front end? Because the window is short for implementation. We have a short window. Is Paulo, yes. Can you weigh in?
Again, yes.
Sure.
So my understanding is that the staff is going to go to the FWC for the FWC's action, which is going to be either the language of the rule is good to go, and they were going to start the formal rulemaking process, which is, that is when the timelines actually start.
Correct.
They can amend the staff's proposed rule, or they can shoot it back and say, we need more input. So, that is kind of up in the air of what the actual FWC is going to do. If they start the formal rulemaking process, then in order to obtain standing to comment properly, there are some procedures under Chapter 120 of the Administrative Procedures Act that we want to make sure that we get all of our ducks in a row, so we don't get bounced procedurally in the event that it becomes like an administrative hearing.
Is there a letter or something that we can have?
Resolution. So we would come to you with a resolution for the county to act on behalf of any of the public to engage in that rulemaking process.
Okay, perfect. So we can pretty much have that somewhat done, where we can just drop that in the event. I don't want us to lose that time, because it's just limited. So
yes, so that would get the standing, and then
My understanding is the process is pseudo quasi judicial. They're making a determination based on the evidence, using a substantial evidence standard on whether or not to establish the spring protection zone.
Okay. As long as we're prepared for it, I'll stay on top. I'll keep you guys updated. That's all I got.
Would the county have standing or it
The
requires
resolution
individuals?
provides us standing. So
Okay.
there's a process under 120 where we pass the act on behalf of any citizen to challenge one of these rulemaking.
Paula, we could go ahead and do that resolution and bring it back to council,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So we could do that at the next meeting if we wanted to, or
Yes.
I think that would be good just to have in our pocket.
Okay, thank you. Before I call on David Santiago, I wanted to respond to the conversation between Danny and Troy. I would be glad to pass this gavel to make that motion, but I could have swore I voted against that, so I can't do it. So it was 2 to 5? Okay. Because my first reaction, Danny, when you brought that up was, it's simple accounting. Ryan Osowski could figure it out real quick where, here we got this check, it's earmarked for this, but not everybody has Ryan and Aaron. And when I asked the question, how many people are coming from Volusia County to the shelter, they couldn't even tell me that. So I kind of questioned their accounting, but
I think there was a little misunderstanding, Chair. But we're bouncing, and I'll be more than happy to talk about. Would
Okay.
you like me to make a motion for the FWC?
no, I think we're good on that.
But
will the
for-
body was to bring the motion back. We'll have an item
Yeah.
for you on the 18th.
Sounds good. But Chair, what I was looking for, and the reason I brought it up was I didn't think of it at the time, and I saw that newspaper article, and I said, how can we put better protections on the money that this council.
Right.
That was my motive for that. It was not to bring it back today or to re-vote on it. Although I understand some of your standpoint, that was not my purpose. I just wanted to tighten the noose a little bit so our money couldn't be misappropriated if the council didn't agree with that.
I understand that. I just wanted to respond to what Councilman Kent said, because I'm really not comfortable with the 322. I think we gave them in good faith $400,000 and made it really clear it was a one-time gift and that we would participate in the future, but at $400,000 every time, now we're stepping it down, is not what we agreed to, and I think it puts us in a bad position, and I would have preferred to see us fund the people that we sent. It might be 20,000 or 40,000, but I don't know how many people come from Volusia County. But the point is moot because I voted against it, so I can't bring up that motion. Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. So to get to where Danny wants to go, since we haven't executed a contract yet, maybe we can somehow, I don't know, Russ, somehow make our contract, our contribution contingent upon no executive director, if that's what we're concerned about, no executive director raises during the time period that we're contributing. If it happens, we turn the spigot off. I'm just trying to think how to do it contract-wise. You can't do it. You can't give them the money and then tell them how to manage it because.
Sir, I don't mean to interrupt, Mr. Hanson, but we could put in a condition if council desires that says, the funds have to go to direct services rendered. Basically, if somebody touches an individual, services can go to pay for that individual employee. So your workers, if you will, we could do a provision like that. But similar to your last iteration too on the agreement, we quarterly got invoices to check where the money was going. So we can ask for the same in this next version of the agreement so that your monies are accounted for how you want them to be spent on operations. Now, I'm not saying you can't, obviously monies could be spent elsewhere that aren't the monies the county gives, but we could put some checks and balances in that agreement, which we were kind of going down that line anyway, I believe, to ensure the money is spent how this council directs it to be spent. So I hear from the body that the money will not be, we'd like some conditions in there to give as much assurances as possible that the money will not go to pay raises for the executive director.
Right. I think we at least agree on that.
Executive staff? Executive staff.
Okay, Troy, did you have one more thing?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. And Councilman Robbins, one of the reasons that I love that you brought this up, not just because I was going to bring it up, is I'm not trying to speak for you, but it feels like this is giving you discomfort. Like you read that in the paper and it bugged you enough to bring it up here at County Council. And it bugged me too. And, I think Mr. Johansson has some clever ideas on how we can do this. And maybe the way we do it is we say, hey, the executive director's salary used to be $60,000 a year. Now it's 130 some odd thousand. Whatever the executive director's salary is, we're taking that off the top. Just something to think about. But if anybody on the winning side wants to bring it up, I'll be happy to second that motion for reconsideration. Thank you.
And I don't see my board lighting up for that. That's too bad. Okay. Next in line was Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wow, Danny, it's a lot of good work today. I'd like to make a motion, Danny Robbins Day today. If we can make a proclamation, because it's definitely been your day.
Presented inside chambers or out?
Yeah, I think we should all go down and take a picture with him. Yeah.
Just Danny standing up here, we're all down there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to, and you know what, since I'm having a little fun, I just want to send a message out to Mr. Kent's father who's watching. You should have taught him chess. He only knows how to play checkers. So maybe we can help him out for the next one.
Not true, Dad, not true.
But council members, I wanted to see if I can gather support to bring back to the council a naming of a street, a county street. And I don't want to, go into the details today unless the council wants to, but I think it's more worthy. I have some background information to give to staff to bring it back to the council. It's one of our former sheriffs from the 50s, Mr. J.H. Jim Tucker. Didn't know anything about him until this was presented to me, but apparently he was a pretty innovative sheriff. This is campaign literature from the 50s. I thought it was pretty cool.
I was going to say second for discussion for sure.
Yeah. And so I just think he was ahead of his time in some of his campaign materials. So if you guys are okay, I want to give this to staff. The county road is just, the one we're looking at is right by the Amazon, so there's no homes on it, so it shouldn't cause any controversy and name changes. It's right now, it's vacant. So if I get support for that, I get a second. If we can vote for that, Mr. Chair.
Is there a name on the road already?
I think it's named County Lexington. I think it's what it's named.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And change it to Jim Tucker?
Jim Tucker.
J.H. Tucker? Or
Let's figure that out. And maybe if staff could get with the family to find out what a preference would be, whether J.H. Tucker or what he went by most commonly. I think we got a motion in a second.
Okay. You made the motion. Troy Kent made the second. Any other and we're sending this to staff.
To bring back. Can you bring it back within 2 months? I think that's a good time frame.
Okay. Okay, and I like the idea, so I don't want this to harm it, but if there's any expense that you know of, since it's already a name road, it's not a big popular road, so there's probably
One
not
sign,
a big deal.
I think it's 1 or 2 signs.
But, okay.
But that's a legitimate question to find out what that cost is. I agree, Chair.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And so we'll get more information on that as well.
and I'm gonna start taking
And
chess lessons with Troy.
Is this the information on?
Yes,
him?
sir.
Okay, I'd gladly
Oh,
take one.
yeah, yeah.
Thank you, good work. You want one? Okay. You got one special?
No, I did some research on it.
Okay, you're done? That takes us to Don Dempsey.
Yeah, just kind of to supplement what you're talking about, David. I don't know if you, I know I've talked about this before. Actually, I gave those books out to the veterans when we were honoring them that day, but I don't know if you all knew this, but all the named street, not all of them, but like, I think at least a third around Halifax Hospital are all named after fallen veterans of World War II from this area. So it's really interesting if you could ever find that book again, because it was really a good read, knowing all these different street names, and it had the whole biography of these people who served and what they did in the war. So yeah, I think that's a good trend to continue with. I'm out of them. I gave them all away.
I got one.
Yeah, it's a good book. And following on the subject of the shelters, I know we talked about it before, but we didn't want to dive into it too deep, but maybe we could direct staff to look into this. As I brought up when we were talking about the funding for the First Step shelter, apparently none of our shelters here will house sex offenders. And I don't know what the cause is, but for some reason, Volusia County ranks 9th in the state for transient sex offenders. Marion County doesn't have any. Seminole County doesn't have any. I believe Lake County has 16, and we have 61. So
Is that from that sprinkler company?
this is from Apaga. What's
Okay.
that?
The sprinkler water company. I wasn't sure. Okay.
Yeah. Well, Apaga came up with a report, number 2411, December of 24, that came up with these statistics. So I don't know if we could possibly direct staff to look into this to see if we can identify what the reason is for the high number of transient sex offenders in our county. I don't think any of us want to have transient sex offenders sleeping on our streets or roaming the neighborhoods. They need to be accounted for. So I was going to make a motion if we could direct staff to just look into it and research what our options are and see if we can identify the source of the problem, either through contacting probation or the sheriff or other law enforcement agencies. But there's got to be some way we can reduce these numbers.
Second.
Okay, Councilman Dempsey makes a motion to send to staff for information back on how we can reduce the number 61
Yes, sir.
sex offenders in Volusia County.
Transient sex
and to-
offenders.
Transient is also the bigger problem. We need to know where they are.
Exactly.
They need to be located.
Yes. There's more than that in the county, but they have dwellings. So we
Okay.
don't know. I don't know if this is just because we're a transient area, we're a vacation area, and they just kind of end up here, or if it's some other reason. Maybe we need to look into getting some enticements to some of these shelters to start housing them, because if they were able to be housed, we wouldn't have such a high transient number, in my opinion, but I don't know what the real culprit is.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any questions? Everybody understands what we're voting for. All in favor of sending this to staff to get back more information, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And your motion passes 7-0.
And that's all I have. Thanks, guys.
Okay, Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Couple things. First of all, one of our citizens today talked about her concern with schools, and I just want the public to know that we hear you and we hear your concerns, but in many cases, a lot of what you bring to this council aren't in our wheelhouse, and between the chairman and the rest of the elected officials here, we do our best to direct your concerns to the right authorities, and sometimes you leave before our council comments to let you know we did that. So I know the chairman and I will meet with Ms. Utter to try to get her to the right agency, and I'll get the information from the citizen that talked about schools to make sure that she's aware that the school board is where a lot of those issues are brought up, and same can be said for anything else. I'm going to pull up a quick email if you'll bear with me here. In I can't quite find it, but basically a couple weeks ago I got CC'd on an email that Brad Burbaugh, I think Brad sent it to me, regarding two I got it right here, regarding two veteran service officers that helped an 87-year-old gentleman that had a flat tire. And I believe that that gentleman wrote a letter to Scott Olson, our interim veteran service officer, about all the great work that Charlie and Paul and Charlie, one seasoned veteran service officer and one fairly new one, did out of the goodness of their heart. But I want to share with George and Ben and some of the other staff that have members out in the field that I see this happen often. I see Volusia County people helping your average citizen on the street, and I'm usually traveling down the road and can't stop and get names and information, but it's always a pleasure to see when a Volusia County truck, Volusia County car, or somebody with a Volusia County shirt is helping somebody rather than just walking by. So in the Navy we call those attaboys Bravo Zulus. So Brad, if you can pass back to the whole group, but to Charlie and Paul, that their good deed did not go unnoticed. Also, we had a State of the County event at the Ocean Center, and could the food have been better? Probably not. I've told George and Suzanne and the Ocean Center staff many times that is the best conference meal I've had, hands down, throughout the nation. Top 5 in the world in all my travels for conference food. I've even had good chicken there, and that's hard to do. So my hat's off to the Ocean Center, the staff and the catering. Between the Ocean Center catering staff and the Husseini Center catering staff, I know those people work part-time in a couple different places. I see them at every chicken dinner I go to the point where I know them better than the people that we hang out with at all these conferences. And it's always a joy to see somebody with a black shirt with a big smile on their face saying, "Mr. Johansson, you're back." So it's good to run into those people, and again, my hat's off to the Ocean Center catering staff and everything that staff do. And I also peeked around the corner. I see the work is starting to go on back there. So good stuff there. I want to share with the public a little add-on to this, to public comment. Passionate 3-minute cycles from folks regarding what's happening to them. I want everybody to know, at least to me, it breaks my heart to hear about homes that are flooded. It breaks my heart to hear about people who are getting sicker and sicker. And we endeavor to get you all to the right place. So don't think when we sit up here, and sometimes I don't look in your eye because I'm taking notes, but that we don't care. We care very much, and to a lot of us, it hurts us even worse when we can't help you. But like I said, we'll try to get you the right people. I think that's all I have for now, sir. Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I just had 2 items, and we already spoke about the one. And the second one, actually, Mr. Johansson just brought up, and that was the State of the County address. I just wanted to tell you all, and those listening online and those that are still here today, Council, I didn't get to see the address until, of course, that day. And I was so impressed by each of your individual pieces. I thought you did a really good job. Chairman, I thought your message was on point, and I thought you did a great job. Thank you for that. And George, to you and your staff, with Michael Ryan back there and his staff, I agree with Mr. Johansson. To feed 500 plus people in, I would say, between 30 and 40 minutes, and for the quality of food to be what it was, it truly was an exclamation point to everybody in that room to, hey, if you are thinking of having any type of event, the Ocean Center is open for business. And by the way, this is what we can provide for your meal, no matter what it is. Even if it's a, I don't know if they do weddings or anything like that, but I mean, it was on point, and I give it a 9+ on my rating scale. And I'm pretty tough on stuff like that. Everyone I spoke with that attended raved about the entire event. And it just is another feather in your cap, George, because the people elect us. They're our boss, and we give you marching orders. And I've said it before, you have an uncanny ability to put the right people in the right positions. And Michael Ryan and Lynn Flanders, I don't know if she's still in the house, but Lynn, she's a big part of making sure that Ocean Center runs as seamlessly as it does. I'm excited about next year's event at the center of Deltona. I just think maybe we need to bring the Ocean Center caterer over there and still have it at the Ocean. No, I'm glad I see some heads nodding yes, because it was nothing short of spectacular. Yeah, no, I know they do. And it's a great center, by the way, over in Deltona, and it worked out well last year. And I like Don. I do like how, we kind of share that love a little bit. At first I wasn't too crazy about it. I think it's much easier on staff to do it at the Ocean Center. But I get what you're saying, and I think you're right. With a county larger, and I know that the chairman and Mr. Johansson know about it, larger than the state of Rhode Island, I don't think there's anything wrong with sharing that love and going from east side to west side. I'll approve that as long as I'm sitting in this chair. A+, George and company. Good job.
Can I add something to your love on the Ocean
Please,
Center?
please.
I know you mentioned Lynn, if I may, Mr. Chair. I had a great, I threw something at her at the State of the County address, kind of, in my David style, a little jokingly but serious. I said, when are we going to have some Spanish entertainment, as the only Hispanic on this board? And she's already working on it. So thank you. We do have a large Hispanic population, and I'm trying to see if I can be a backup singer on one of the first ones.
I was going to say, what are you going to sing? I know you can dance.
No, I'll be backup. I'll be backup.
Just don't put on a wig, David.
Yeah, it didn't work last time. It didn't work well.
Okay, all right.
Can I just add to,
You do the salsa.
Sure.
just a shout out to our partner at the Ocean Center is the Oakville Group. And it's just, we are partners truly with them. They do the catering and all the food event and of all types. I mean, they can knock it out on many things. And again, I just want to give them a little shout out. And yes, we're open. We're open for business. We love corporate events. We love people to come here. And I'm just, thank you very much that
And
it's coming on.
the final ad, since Troy is going to be taking chess lessons, if we could send our PIO to do some comedy lessons for the next opening act, that might make it perfect.
We've got Don.
Santiago is pretty, he's pretty wiry up here, shooting some jabs out. But just on the last piece of that, Jake, I had said this when my daughter got married, and my son-in-law, his family, Tim, they had the rehearsal dinner at the Hard Rock. And I didn't know what to expect. And I said at that point, I cannot believe they prepared 70 meals this great, this hot, all at the same time. And until last week's event, I mean, 500 plus to do what they did. Jake, I'm with you. I think it's, for me, it's top two. I know you've much more traveled worldwide, but to hear you say, I think you said top 5 worldwide from what you've seen, it was spot on. David, what else? Come on. Anything else? All right. Is Don going to help with the comedy for next year?
I'd make that motion. Oh, I can't. You're in luck. Okay, Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. First off, George, thank you for bringing up about the sand dredging project and the update on that. I spoke at Ponce Inlet's City Hall about that at the request of their mayor, and I'm speaking at the Shores meeting this evening about it. So thank you for the update about the Lighthouse Point Park issues as well. And I'm waiting on Daytona to respond back. I've reached out to them to see if they wanted me to speak at that one as well. So we're getting that information out there in addition to what Michael Ryan is putting out in the socials and whatnot. That being said about Mr. Ryan, thank you very much also with respect to the Ocean Center, and you made us all look good with exception of David. So, just kidding. So thank you very much to your crew because they deserve kudos as well. Gentlemen, thank you back behind the glass there. Also, that being said, Mr. Ryan, thank you also recognizing, I sent some information to Mr. Ryan about Port Orange South Daytona Chambers event last week about the Mayor's Dinner and Heroes Recognition. Traditionally, this has been done as a breakfast, but Barbara Ann Heegum wanted to include the families. So we've moved it to a dinner event. It was done at the Plaza and Daytona Beach Shores. Very nice event. The first time ever the Sheriff's Office was recognized, in addition to, drumroll, corrections. So that is the first time corrections has been recognized for any of those events. Since then, we have heard back from the Hispanic Chamber in West Volusia, are going to recognize corrections this year. And also the event that, no, not Cracker Day, they do over at the church in Midtown. They will be doing, for their law enforcement, they're going to recognize corrections as well. So yes, gentlemen, for at least the next 4 years, you're going to hear more about it. So that being said, thank you very much, Mr. Ryan, for putting that out there. And also to point out, Danny, it should be your day. You didn't spill any coffee today. That was awesome. So congratulations.
We're not done yet.
Jake, how you feeling over there? You staying dry today?
Dry. Pretty dry over there. But that's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Jeez. Okay. Yeah, it is a tough crowd. I wanted to start off, most of what I was going to talk about, you guys already handled, and I appreciate that, since none of us read minds. But I did want to say something else about the Ocean Center event. I guess following Jake Johansson, just another attaboy. Michael Ryan, just you knocked it out of the park. Your part speaking, I don't know if you used the teleprompters at all, but it looked like you just had memorized the whole thing. But I had the pleasure. You told me about the super salad, so I went back and met with the chef and said, I heard you had a work of art that you're calling a salad, and man, his eyes lit up. He brought it out, and I had never seen anything like that, especially at a convention. I mean, I've seen beautiful salads, but that one was spectacular. He also said, I'm new here, and I'm going to make my mark on the county today. And I think he succeeded in that from what I'm hearing across the board. I agree with Jake. I've traveled a lot for conferences and trade shows. I've never had a meal at a conference or a trade show. When I saw that prime cut of meat, medium rare, I took it and I thought, well, it's going to be cold. It wasn't. But I even took a little piece of chicken to make sure it wasn't the typical rubber chicken. It had so much flavor. So I won't belabor it, but I I want to accentuate what everybody else says, just, and I love the idea of bringing them to Deltona as much as I love Joe Hunter. I don't know if Joe, did he cater it last year? Okay. I really wish that Don had not asked for that vote and we would just do it at the Ocean Center every year, but it holds more people, but that ship has sailed, and the center at Deltona is a beautiful place. It'll be less people. And Troy, thank you for your attaboy, and for the rest of the council. If you're wondering, it only cost me $50 for Troy's saying that I did a good job on the speech. Yeah. And staff is the top sponsor was Massey. Had they ever sponsored before? I
don't know if they were the top sponsor before. They
Okay.
may have been a smaller sponsor.
Yeah, it's usually the landscape company, GBI or whatever, that has the
CFB.
Yeah, which are really good people, but
Let's see if we can get them to sponsor a 5-mile road repavement or something.
there you go. There you go. Quick question, County Manager, you hit most of it. You said the Beach Street approach would be closed temporarily as the sand comes in. Any idea how long? And there's not an alternate route.
It's just 4 to 5 days.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just
Okay. All right, and then I just wanted to mention Miller flooding in general. I want the public to know that the county manager and I, and probably you did the same thing with the other council members, but you updated me on where we are on the solutions that the council sent to you that are being worked on. We talked about Miller, and I'm glad that you took the time to update them. I think they deserve it. It's a tragic situation, but work does go on behind the scenes. So I just appreciate you updating them.
I just threw up the picture there. This is, I think, of the last day or so, where we reestablished the road. You can see the lake, and you can see that it's down to where, if you look on the left where the grasses are, your normal cattail and grasses on the edge.
Look at the water line on that juncture box.
Right, so that gives you a good idea. It definitely was across. Of course, we raised the road to get people through there. The Department of Transportation, I want to give them a shout out, gave us the millings to build that road, and then with the agreement that we would take the millings back, which we gladly did, and we'll use the millings. They're very reusable in other projects, so that works out. But yeah, we're not done by any stretch of imagination, but as I said, we at this point, though, we had to stop the pumping for now. Definitely, we've got conversations with St. John's on lake level management, because I think the idea is, you don't want to wait to the storm, as they brought out. I would like to be able to control the lake level pre-storm or pre-storm season, and I think that's a bigger issue, not just for Miller Lake, because there's a lot of lakes around that we have these same kind of issues. Deltona even more so than we do. Now, Deltona has a lot of their lakes have permanent pumps stations put in with actual pumps there all the time. I know because we, the county, put them in back in the mid-1990s. So, but I think the struggle they have as well is being able to be proactive, because once that storm hits and the rain's coming down, you can't keep up with Mother Nature at that rate. So the key to that is being able to put some capacity in the lakes ahead of time, so that you're not pumping as much afterwards, or that maybe you have a hope to contain it in the actual lake bed that's out there. And so we're working with St. John's. We'll have further meetings. They were very receptive. And I know we will probably get together with the managers group, and I also know it's coming up more conversations with the roundtable group as well. So there's a lot of work is going on. Really, it's going to be stormwater pretty much when you're talking from infrastructure. For a long time, it was roads. Well, they're still there, but right now, I think our focus for the next few years is going to be stormwater, and we'll be on that.
Okay, one of the things that was said this morning was we've stopped pumping. I think you addressed that this morning, that it's because where we're pumping to is full, and we have to let that.
Right, and St. John's also only allowed us to pump to that February date. So we've got, and this is where we need to work. We're working with DeBerry and St. John's, because DeBerry would like also the ability to pump where we pump the water to, that big quarry. Well, they'd like to be able to pump out of that somewhat preemptively, and maybe even now. Right now, they're just waiting for that to do the same thing as the lake. It's just they're looking for evaporation. Eventually, we'd like to get it to we could actually, now that the flood's over, the river's down. I could attest to that. I see it every day. The river is way down. It would be a good time to put water that's been built up into the lake. Into the river. There's plenty of capacity. So that's the next step. And like I say, lake level management, I think we need to get a little bit better at, and like a lot of other areas of the country. I mean, I've talked to folks in public works throughout the country. You have water authorities and lake management authorities are very common throughout the country, and we just, I think, need to work with St. John's on understand. And again, I said this before, remember they have concerns in both directions, because fair to them, they see, water in a lot of these lakes, and that's where they want it to be for a good portion of the year, because it's the recharge of our drinking water. So they don't want to see it empty, because like I say, once, they'll tell you, hey, once you pump it to the St. John's River, it won't be long and it's in the ocean. So it's a balancing act, and that's really where I think we have to work with them. And there's new technology out, things that other places, the Department of Transportation is jumping in with both feet with it, where you can manage these ponds and lakes using computer-aided technology that will allow, subtle drawdowns and lake level management, rather than anyone having to run out there and turn on a pump. Similar to what we actually do today with SCADA type technology in water plants and sewage treatment plants and stuff. So things can be more and more run remotely.
One of the members of the public said that it still needed to come down 6 or 7 feet to regain their property. Is that going to be possible?
That I couldn't answer from here without looking at it and talking to St. John's.
Okay.
A lot of people, again, when you look at the topography of these lakes, and that's a particular one, yeah, during dry season, they enjoyed very large backyards where they, I think one person actually raised some goats out there. There was a horse farm at one time at the bottom, but it was clearly a flat area that led to the water, and that is a lake floodplain. That's where where the lake's supposed to go when it gets high. And Deltona even has it in more pronounced manners. So Lake Gertie, a lot of places around here, people often raise their ponies, and gentleman farms and things like that are down in that lake bed. But in times of wet times, it's part of the lake. And St. John's, they got quite a lot of data, a lot of GPS and LiDAR data, and they'll say what's really, the lake bed or the lake bottom. And yeah, a lot of people, many cases, own right to the middle of the lake, but that's submerged land. I happen to live on a 10-acre piece of property, and 9 of it is underwater most of the time. So, and
Do you,
luckily I put it in conservation, or actually I
I
didn't,
was
but the
gonna say-
previous people did, and so Larry doesn't hit me with the whole thing.
who was your realtor?
I mean, Ben's brother.
I know someone if you need connections.
So, last question, thank you for, to legal staff. I know that, I don't know. I believe that the county is named in the lawsuit from a group of individuals there. What is our requirement to do and not to do?
So we got a letter threatening litigation. There's not an actual lawsuit
Not
that's
yet?
filed. There's, I believe, 9 individuals, property owners out there that are a part of the Morgan & Morgan letter we received, that they're looking into the matter for possible litigation. Our advice is always, whenever we're under the threat of litigation, is we recommend that communications go through the lawyers to the lawyers at that point. But that's our advice.
Okay, so questions from anybody on Shady Lakes or Miller Road?
You can direct them to your attorney, sir, or you could choose to ignore my advice if you so chose, but we're asking that, typically under threat of litigation or litigation
Gotcha.
comes to the attorneys.
Okay, thank you. Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Regarding Miller Lake, and it kind of dovetails on what you just asked, Chairman. We've had some Miller Lake, I'll call them frequent flyers. They come up here, same group of folks by and large. Every once in a while, a new one shows up and one doesn't. But we have all those email addresses, even with the pending litigation or the possibility of litigation. Is there any way that we can, most of them come up and say, we don't know anything. So would it be, I don't need a full up news release like you do every week, but can maybe Ben send something out just saying this is what we are doing?
Yeah, it's on my,
every other
actually,
week?
yes, one of my notes from
Good.
earlier today was, I was gonna meet with the group to form a little, either get a spokesman from that group or do what you're
Right.
talking about and say, let's put the information either
Yeah.
that way or to a spokesman, and run it through, of course, our legal office to make
Perfect.
sure they're on top.
Yeah, just and if you can CC us so we know they got it, that'd
Yep.
be even awesome, or
Okay.
something. I appreciate it, George. Thank you, sir.
Okay, and if there's no one else, then we are adjourned and at 1:52, which, is that a new record?